Hi, everybody. So, well, I have 4 minutes and 30 seconds to convince you to join us, to join this endeavor to protect and to join hands to protect the Amazon rainforest. My name is Julio Andrés Rosso, and I am literally living here in the Amazon rainforest here in Colombia. This is my country. This is the place I always wanted to be and to work for. Now I'm doing it here in the Amazon rainforest because we have a challenge as a humanity. Every year, we are losing around 200,000 hectares of forests. People are replacing forests for pastures, and they are not doing it just because they want to do it. They're doing it just because they have to do it. They have to do it in order to get money, in order to increase their lifestyles. But they are the people here where I'm living. They are not protecting the forest as they should do it. So that's why we need to work all together, citizens, government, enterprises, in order to connect people's needs with the needs that our forest has. um, how to do it? This is the key question. How to do it? We need to provide people opportunities in order to create incomes. And one of the ways how they could do it is through meliponic culture, for instance. You can see here my neighbors. These are stingless bees. They are native. They are very important in order to pollinize all the forest that you see here in the background. But every day, as they lose their home, for every hectare that they lose, um, they are losing the capacity to pollinize the forest. Here in the region where I'm living, we are losing 40,000 hectares of land every year. And for every single hectare that we are losing, more or less 20,000 bees are disappearing. That's why we need to connect with the people, with the local people who are living here, so that they can have an incentive, an economic incentive to protect the bees, to protect the forest. And we cannot do it alone. So it works perfectly only when the consumers, when the people like you who are listening to this speech connect with this purpose. Only when we travel to these places, when we connect through nature tourism, or when we connect with the honey that these bees produce, money can be transferred to the people. And when they get the money, it is much easier to protect, for instance, this forest. That's why we need to communicate. We need to enhance this because good for the territory of Colombia, or Brazil or Peru, where for the whole humanity. So we need to enhance the importance of these types of ecosystems. And maybe you are asking yourselves, okay, what happened with the land that already was deforested? Well, we need, and we have another challenge that we are facing here and that we are addressing here. We are building mega nurseries in order to breed, in order to grow local species, local trees. We need those trees in order to cover all the land, which now is pasture and before was forest. That's why we, as a team, when I refer the team, I am referring to the public sector, to the private sector, to the consumers, to the academics, and of course to the local community, in order to coordinate all our efforts so that we can join hands and get all these ecosystems as they were before people entered respectfully. And that's it. So I'm very thankful for letting me talk about the Amazon rainforest every time I have the opportunity to share the word with you, with the people. I am totally convinced that we are getting more friends for this endeavor, for this commitment. Um, I'm not only thankful, I'm speaking on behalf of more or less 2,000 families who live in this territory, who are committed to protect the rainforest, but they cannot do it by themselves alone. They need all the help or of all the people who are interested in the same things that we are interested in, which is the conservation of the environment, the conservation of the ecosystems. So my invitation is for you is to come here, to come over to the Amazon rainforest, to come over to Colombia, to get to know all this green uh, background that every time uh, I have the opportunity to enjoy. So this is fascinating. This is marvelous, and I am very sure that for our humanity and for our planet. Thank you very much from Colombia. Let's join hands and let's work together. Thank you very much.
Hello, everybody. It's great to be a part of this particular event and getting an opportunity to speak on humanity at the crossroad. I'm blessed to do that. Let me just share it through a message from my own story. It was 5 years back when I remember I had almost everything I wished and a beautiful relation to sail in. Destiny was cruel to me, and in a flash, my strength, my relationship came to an end, which I had never dreamt of. Yes, we used to have small fights, but this time it was a final call off. I realized that he will never come back, and the whole world seemed meaningless to me. Henceforth, I decided to end my life, and I made an attempt to commit suicide. But somehow, my mother's face kept appearing in front of me and stopped me from making such a mistake. I survived just to face yet another shock of my life. 2 years later, the news of my mother's demise did not just shook me apart, but also resulted in the demise of my own desires in life. The one last thing that I could have ever imagined just happened. Not knowing what to do, I made another attempt to commit suicide. But this time, it was my inner voice that somehow controlled me. My friends, pain, and sufferings are a part of life. But in such situations, we often try to break all bonds with humanity and try to enclose ourselves in a box of darkness. Often forget that we are not just a body to be put in a box of coffin, rather, a treasure casket to be handled with care. It was this casket that helped me to come out of all my sufferings and get the most out of humanity. The casket that I'm referring to is not just a box, but an acronym that made me what I am today. The C in casket, which stands for courage. We need to have courage to face something which is inevitable and not just run away from it by attempting suicide. Adaptability. We know that change is the most resisting thing on this planet, but the one who adapts rules the world. Once I adapted to my current situation, I could make myself ready to expect the unexpected. S. the most important, support system. I worked towards having a strong support system in my life, and that was through my family, mentors, and even friends who will never let me break even in the worst days. Trust in humanity to build your support system. K in casket, kindness. This is the fruit I tasted when I learned to forgive. Friends, humanity has lots to offer if we can just be kind enough to people and, most of all, ourselves. Empathy in casket. Everyone in this world is fighting their own battle. What is the best that we can do is to empathize with the people around. Maybe it can help others win battles of life, like how I did when I was being empathized by people around me who stood by me. Last but not the least, casket, the T in it, transformation. This will come into picture once we have achieved all the rest: courage, adaptability, support system, kindness, empathy. Remember, just like how the hit of hammer transforms a marble into beautiful statue, similarly, the hit of struggles in your life will transform us into great achievers and ultimately add to humanity. Humans, be the casket which, when one opens, always finds something rare and unique in you. Let's pledge to handle this casket of humanity with care and love. Let's make an attempt to merge this crossroad into one path where we all tread by holding hands of each other. Let's show the courage, adaptability, support, kindness, empathy to ultimately transform and bring a change in mindset of humanity. I have already started with mine. Have you? If not, it is right time. Thank you.
My name is Asihle Heisi, a pupil from Jehin Primary School, and I'll be representing South Africa. Night after night, I've had to wipe her tears. I'm only her son, and I'm only her big brother. At 13, I've had enough. Stop gender-based violence. A woman with a voice is by definition a strong woman, but the search to find that voice can be remarkably difficult. You strike a woman, you strike a rock. Did you know the pandemic made the situation worse for women? Many were locked in homes with their abusers, and reports of violence skyrocketed, making an already difficult pandemic even worse. Organizations such as Rise Up Against Gender Based Violence, based in Johannesburg, could not cope with the number of calls from women who needed to be evacuated from their homes to places of safety. Many had to leave behind their belongings and face being outside of their communities and places of employment. So while they were removed from immediate harm, they still suffered much emotional and psychological trauma. Men underestimate women, as a woman can do a man's job, but us as men think that women are weak and incompetent, but that statement has been proven false. A global pandemic that hit the world by storm, leaving us confined in our homes and exposing so much that has for years been swept under the carpet. One such expose being the depth of abuse amongst women and children. Many activists who work with the Gender-Based Violence Committee were not surprised by the shocking events during the pandemic. The truth is, women live in fear all the time. They fear exercising alone, taking public transport, expressing their views on social media, and speaking out against injustice in schools, places of worship, and workplaces. A woman is a strong woman by standing up for herself and others. A man is strong, but a woman's voice is stronger. Child abuse is happening in every corner of South Africa. Communities are living under scary conditions. Some people report to the police but take no action. Gender-based violence is an everyday problem. 1 in 3 women experience physical or sexual violence by a partner. 38% of all murders of women are committed by the intimate partners. Up to 46% of adolescent girls worldwide report theft, but actually their first sexual experience was forced. These are the types of gender-based violence you may know. Intimate partner violence, forced sexual initiation, childhood sexual abuse, and trafficking. Up to 46% of women are abused and killed. It is now the time for men to rise up against gender-based violence and help stop the cries of women and children around the world. Thank you.
My name is Shawal Govender, a grade 6 learner from Jain Primary School representing South Africa. 18 June 2008, H.O. Kelly was taken from a front yard never to be seen again. Let's set the scene. I want you to close your eyes and imagine that this little girl was your very own. You are unable to see, hear, hug, or protect her from the unknown. All you have is hope. Greetings to all. Child trafficking is a topic we're all familiar with, but in actual fact know very little about. Today, my aim is to raise awareness by explaining the fundamental components and the severity of child trafficking. Every child, no matter their age, size, or color, is vulnerable and exposed to this spine-chilling reality. Every hour, there are approximately 120 children taken and shipped across the globe within 24 hours to be sold on the black market or online using code names such as 3-year-old golden retriever. These innocent souls are forced to become sex slaves, cheap labor, high-end entertainment, and criminal gang participants. Many infants are kidnapped from hospitals and sold to childless couples. The abuse is endless. Many of these victims are located years later or never found due to altered appearances or, in worst case, death. Let us educate children to identify abuse by learning to respect our bodies and knowing the boundaries of personal space. The digital world is evolving, and unsafe internet activity open doors to this cruel truth by simply sharing location, identities, and the willingness to meet strangers. The daily trauma of child trafficking turns these kids to suicide or run away due to the shame and feeling unworthy of love. Victims are not damaged goods. They are survivors and humans who deserve a dignified life. It is important that our children know that they are loved no matter what. Always remind them that they are important, worthy, and have a place in this world. This encourages them to reach out for help without the fear of being judged. In the time it took me to convey my message, as many as 10 children have been trafficked across the globe. Many organizations have joined hands to overcome this harsh crime, but a lot more needs to be done. Action gives purpose. Break the chains of silence. Educate the world. Shame the culprits and give hope to these children that have tears in their eyes. I am a child, I am a human, and I have a right to life. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Misos Kosana, a learner from Jain Primary School. I will be representing South Africa. My speech topic is about Black Lives Matter. Children are to abide by all racial tendencies by believing that only Black lives matter. No, all lives matter. Over 15 years of democracy, it has affected the whole human race. What have we done to unite our country's people? I know what we have done to level out inequalities, but I have not seen yet what are we doing to unite our humanity. Being born as a Black person at the age of 12 years, I ask, when does it stop? Racism, when does it stop? Look at me. Do you see me? Do you really see me? Do you see that I am just like you? My heart beats just like yours. I hurt, I smile, I love just like you. Umuntu ngomuntu ngabantu is a 2,000-year-old African philosophy, which means the universal bond of humanity. These words are entrenched in our upbringing to teach us that as humans, we are all one. Let's bring humanity together under one banner. Let's respect every race, every culture, every religion. I say no to racial segregation. Let's end it now, you and I. Together we can bring harmony and peace to humanity.
There was once a mother who accidentally burnt down her kitchen whilst cooking her family's supper. That mother is us, the human race, and that kitchen is our world. Greetings to the world at large. I'm Tabile Cele and I'm 13 years old. I live on the south coast of KwaZulu-Natal in sunny South Africa. Today I'll be talking about us, the human race, and the crossroads we face. When God created Earth, humans were meant to benefit from nature and vice versa. But along the way, something had gone horribly wrong and the benefit became one-sided whilst the other suffered. The effect of human activity on nature has been divided for everyone to see, but from my perspective, people choose to turn a blind eye. We have failed to protect our Earth simply because we choose to promote economic growth and neglect to sustain and preserve nature. The main culprit currently being in the industrial sector, which has put our planet and biodiversity under great threat. The consequences of their irresponsible actions have resulted in massive wildfires, floods, melting glaciers, and unprecedented heat due to carbon emissions. Humanity is at a crossroad. We live in a bountiful planet, but we will drive it to poverty because of the choices we make. We, the perpetrators, have to choose between continuing with our present advances in economic growth with potentially disastrous consequences, or the transition to a new development model which will focus on reducing poverty while improving sustainability and social equality, says Peter Walkenhorst, one of the executive directors of the Globalist organization. The ball is in our court. As much as change won't be easy, it is necessary. A promising future for the human race depends on our current actions. The non-ending pressure on the planet by the human species is depleting our natural resources. Therefore, urgent action and sincere commitment are needed to reverse the damaging effects to our fauna and flora and the threat of extinction of as many as 1 million species. The rapid increase of the population is putting strain on the environment. We are using more resources than the Earth can provide. In addition to this, over the years, we human beings have failed to protect our Earth and have abused the Earth. A typical problem currently being huge vortexes of waste in the seas worldwide. They have killed marine life and continue to threaten endangered species. If change doesn't occur soon enough, the consequences will be severe for both human and nature. Therefore, we human beings need to seriously rethink the use of plastic, which ranges from sweets and chip wrappers to plastic packets and bottles. There must be a change to using reusable material, which is easily biodegradable. Our health is already compromised by many health conditions, such as cancer, diabetes, hypertension, and so on. Hence, change is compulsory. As we seek to reboot the global economy, how we prioritize and direct our resources will either secure human economy and environmental health for future generations, or take us down the gray path that has brought with it the suffering we are seeing today. In conclusion, the choices we make from now will either make or break us. Let us not be selfish and rather consider the generation to come. What legacy are we leaving behind for them? I implore you, dear human beings, let us take care of our earth in order for our earth to take care of us. Thank you.
other. I hope you enjoy our broadcast live and recorded participants from Villa Educativa School, Saltillo, Mexico, to the world. Congratulations, all of you. Now, I return the word to Peter to continue the program. Or we can continue, Mr. Alex, if you can help me with the program. We're going to call every participant. Okay, so be ready, students. We're going to let us know who is going to be the first.
Sure thing. Well, ladies and gentlemen, thank you everybody so much for being here. My name is Alejandro, and today our first participant is going to be Alfredo Moran. He uses his spare time to research about new topics and know more about social situations in different cities and countries. He is very passionate about this topic he will share with us.
Alfredo,
the purpose of our lives is to be happy and healthy. Dalai Lama. General health during pandemic. In summer vacations, I was feeling too lonely. Then I told myself, no, I am lonely, I need to get to know myself. So I asked myself, do I feel good, comfortable with me? I don't exercise, socialize, and sometimes I feel anxious. Then I knew that my physical, mental, and social health were deplorable. Later, I made myself the purpose of changing my health. I'd start doing more exercise, playing online video games to socialize, and then I'd start to hearing music and meditate, improving my mental health. I was feeling really alive and full. My productivity was increasing along my happiness. During pandemic, our social, mental, and physical health are severely damaged because here in home, it's too hard to have a good physical health because we don't have the space. It's hard for our mental health because we can just do limited things. And socializing is difficult because we can go out to meet new people just by apps, but these are not the same. Then we can make solutions. And one of them, it could be comparing your health before quarantine and your health now. Then you can make more solutions. Like in physical health, you can make the grocery. It's the best way because it's with our own body. And in our social health, we could chat or video chat with friends to feel more comfortable. Then in our mental health, we could do all this or we could hear music, study, whatever that make our mind be distracted. Those are ways that we could make to increase our health in a big way. It's fundamental that you take care of your health because if we don't perform ourselves, no one will take care about it. And we could die if we don't realize that. It is why it's important also. If we take care, we could feel more happier, alive, full and healthier. Know that you know how to take care of your health. It's fundamental and more during these pandemic days to be aware of our health. That's why I want all the people take care of themselves. Make yourself a priority.
Thank you very much. Thanks, Alfredo. And absolutely, it is important to take to pay a lot of attention to the things that we can change to make our time more productive. Absolutely. Thank you very much. All right. So with this, I would like to welcome our next participant. She enjoys spending time with her family and loves and cares for her pets. She wants to talk to us about a very important subject, communication problems within the family. With this, let's give a warm welcome to Renata Castro. Renata, it is your turn.
The importance of good communication in the family life causes benefits that reach good established in the development of the relationships of its members. Hello, I want to talk from a point of view about communication problems in the family and how they develop and are resolved. These problems are present in many homes and they have affected all the people who live in there. And they have to solve it day by day. But this is not easy, since with the quarantine, they have living more closely together. I have caused too much chaos in those places. There are different types of communication and many tools we can use. But what causes this lack of communication in families? One of the main problems of these behaviors is stressing parents. This tends to be very constant with the change of comfort zones in any person and ends up ruining other things. Family communication should be based on truth and suspicion. We must all know how to act with empathy and base it on the family truth. It is logical that each one maintains and defends their criteria. This situation becomes more serious with the curfew. This leads to many people taking advantage of their power in their home and try to hurt women, children, and elderly. There are ways to deal with these stress problems caused by the confinement, but it's not very effective. In many cases, although there are people who are already used to these physical abuses, but they have intensified it in many homes and even in some cases causes mental health problems or even the suicide. So how do these people deal with it? Affected people can go to family therapy, but what is happening has become complicated, so they need to do it in programs like Zoom or virtual meetings. And there's not the same emotional advance like in normal shades. One way to establish the environment at home is to try to understand the other people's problems and try to solve it without hurting anyone else. Then we ask ourselves this question: affect long term? This situation is not particular of these difficult moments, but it has intensified this year. With that, we know that it's not an easy problem to solve. In many cases, the family doesn't support the affected person and become a biggest problem. So, how to improve my family's communication? We need to be patient, listen to others, express ourselves, and respect. Those are the key words to improve your communication, not only with your parents, but also with your siblings. When there is communication in a family, certainly it can be affirmed that there is a companionship, a complicity, and an atmosphere of union and affection at home.
Well, Renata, I couldn't agree with you more, Renata. Family is the ultimate support system of society. Thank you so much for your participation.
Thank you, Renata.
And with that, let us go to our next participant. His topic is obesity during quarantine. He's a student who likes to share his thoughts. He always has something to say, and this moment, I am sure it will be something that he will enjoy very much. And with this, let's give a warm welcome to Manuel Garcia.
Did you know that Mexico is the second place where obesity struck the most in 2020? That means that in this quarantine, we've overstepped the 2019 place, in which we were in the third country with overweight population. To start this project, I'm going to state my opinion. So what I think happened is that the pandemic is the one that made everybody kind of lazy. And with the excuse, I'm going to do exercise later, or I'm going to eat healthy food later. So we began being floppy. And then, as we couldn't go outside, we started using devices like Rappi, Uber Eats, and apps like that only promote fast food and make it more easy for people to get it. Now, there has been reports that overweight has gotten more dangerous in this pandemic. The available scientifics have filled us with evidence that the people who are more affected by this obesity, which only helps COVID-19, is the young people. The kids are the ones who are getting more affected by these two things that make the probability of death higher. But one of the problems that are related to this is how nowadays the minority ethnic population, such as Mexico and those countries who are living in more deprived areas, prefer to eat fast foods because of its price. And doing this leads to obesity and a greater risk from dying from COVID-19. As a nation, we eat and drink too many calories. A lot of adults consume to 200 to 300 plus calories than they need. And the kids even eat to 200 to 500 more calories than we need. And this, of course, leads to overweight and heart diseases. To summarize, the deprived areas are at the point that the obesity helps the COVID-19 get up the risk of death in this type of countries. So what can we do to fight this? First, starting healthy. I'm not saying not to eat pizza once in a while, but also do exercise. There's a lot of fun ways to do that, believe me. And don't say you don't have time. I know you have enough. So just do it and you'll see.
Manuel, thank you so much. I want to thank you for the exhaustive research that you did on your topic. And yes, health is certainly everything in this life. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And with that, let us proceed to our next participant. This is somebody who is going to talk to us about the importance of school and education during the pandemic. She is a very focused, collected, and self-driven young lady. Sophia knows how to share her calm kindness with her classmates. She makes her unstoppable thirst for knowledge into her driving force for thriving in life. And with this, let us welcome Sophia Herrera.
Today, I'm going to talk about school. It is usefulness because I think there are very important issues for everyone. My goal today is to encourage people to take advantage of their education in order to have a good future. Right now, it's difficult to go to school due to this pandemic, but that doesn't stop us from studying or looking for a solution. Some time ago, there was talk that we were going to back to school in September, but they didn't believe that the pandemic was going to last that long, but that is not the point now. Many students have online class because we're looking for a solution. Obviously, we have many tech issues as related to the camera, the microphone, the internet, the lighting, and nonetheless, we continue studying. As so much time has passed, many schools return to face-to-face classes, and above all with many precautionary measures. There are very few people, only those who have a certain amount of resources, those who are making an effort not to lose the younger generation, but must don't have the economical or technological resource, such as computers, laptops, tablets, or cell phones to be able to carry out a distance education. The government has an urgency to return to school. They are in a desperate search not to lose this generation. Something that has also affected us is not being able to socialize because we can neither go to school nor extracurricular activities for our own good. Since what we have missed the most is making friends, talking, socializing, etc. This is something that has affected people, but as with everything, there is a solution, such as chatting or making phone calls or video calls. This is already a daily occurrence, but we must also not forget that the school is mainly for the studying. Classes have affected school performance. I cannot say in what percentage the pandemic has affected the educational system, but I do believe that it has affected a lot, because if there was already an educational deficit, in addition to a poor quality education, the pandemic has worsened this. Children no longer study and they don't seem to care, and parents worry less and less, and we need to work hard to make a change for the better.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Sophia. And yes, I like how you focus not only on the educational aspect of school attendance, but also the social one. It's important to tackle both. Absolutely. And with this, let us make pace for our next participant. This is somebody who is going to talk to us about what we can do to get ahead. With a very balanced and grounded sense of humor for his age, Luis Hernandez, as well as a stoic spirit in the face of hardship, loves to shape his future with his own hands. And with this, let us give a warm welcome to Luis Hernandez.
What can we do to get ahead? Today, I'm here to talk about what can we do to get ahead. But what does it mean to get ahead? Well, get ahead is continuing, because life will not stop. So we'll have to find ways to move on and solve our problems. As you have realized, the last few months have not been exactly easy because of everything that has happened. The disease that has caused us to be locked up for 1 year, called COVID-19. We have gone through a lot of confinement. Some people got mad, and others were happy because they didn't have to go out or go to school. On March 11, 2020, the World Health Organization classified the COVID-19 coronavirus outbreak as a pandemic due to the number of cases of contagion and the countries involved, and declared a series of recommendations for its control. That was the notice that started everything. But in the end, what we all need is to see more people, such as friends and family, and even go to the places we used to go, like parks, restaurants, and many other places. Now I'm going to share an anecdote about something that happened to me. This happened in December, during the week before Christmas. Suddenly, my grandparents got sick. But just 1 day before Christmas, my other grandparent got sick also. But that was not all. My great-grandmother got sick from the same thing, COVID-19. So we couldn't see my family, and I stayed alone with my parents and my sister. It's not that I didn't feel sad at all, because there are people who would like to have at least one person to be with. But it was different. Thankfully, my grandparents are okay now. It will not be easy, but luckily every day we're closer to the end of this situation. However, it will not happen magically. And how will you do it? You ask yourself. Quite simply, just don't live unless it's necessary, and if you go out, to wear a mask and get your hands off them. Nothing new. We'll all have to contribute. Goodbye.
Thank you very much. Well done. Well done, Tico. Thank you so much for having shared such a personal experience with us. I want to personally thank you for opening up to us in that very personal aspect of yourself and for encouraging us all. Thank you very much. All right. So with this, ladies and gentlemen,
let's continue with a girl that is going to speak about the relationship with nature. She's an excellent girl who enjoys the English language and is someone who likes to give her best always. So welcome to Fatima Garcia.
Planet is not a place to visit. It is home. Strange but true. Have you ever heard that humans kill more sharks than sharks to humans? Sharks kill an average of 5 people per year. Meanwhile, humans kill about 100 million sharks per year. Why? Because they only kill for food or when they feel attacked, and we just for sport. So we cannot say we have a good relationship with nature. With the help of COVID-19 pandemic, people are rethinking their relationship with nature and considering the consequences to their own well-being and survival results from continuing biodiversity loss and the degradation of ecosystems. But the pandemic has also demonstrated that transformative changes are possible when they must be made. But the most important, the decisions and actions we take now will have profound consequences for all species, including ours. Unless environmental protections are drastically scaled up, there could be millions of premature deaths by the middle of this century, with pollution in freshwater systems becoming a major cause of death by 2050. After all that I just said, we found a conclusion. Humanity thinks some species are dangerous without seeing us. When the COVID-19 arrived, the world stopped, and that thing helped and is still helping to recover the lands, seas, and ecosystems we have destroyed. But when the virus passes, we will get back to destroy again, as always. If we see it in a positive way, we can make huge changes if we choose to live in harmony with the other species and not to kill them. When we heal Earth, we heal ourselves.
Thank you, Fatima. It is certainly vital to be constantly reminded to care for the environment. Thank you very much. Now, let's continue with that young man.
Yes, he is always he's a very enthusiastic student. He loves Beatles songs because he shares these feelings with his grandfather. He's always willing to participate in our events, and today was certainly not the exception. His topic is Heroes with Us. Let's welcome Andrés Chávez.
In fiction, they are heroes, and in comics, but in the real life, they are real superheroes. Yeah, real superheroes. But they are not fighting against crime or maybe big villains like Thanos or Darkseid. No, they are fighting against a big enemy, the COVID-19. And who are these heroes? Who are these powerful men that are given the life? Well, they are the doctors. Yeah, the doctors are the real superheroes at these times. That's why, but maybe I will ask you something. Why? Why a superhero? He doesn't have powers. He doesn't fly like Superman. He doesn't fly like Batman or have super strength like Hulk. But no. But they are giving their life to save the other ones. And only with that, they are superheroes. Yeah. Giving the life to save others is why a superhero is one. Only to give the thinking about all these people that they will save, and maybe they don't will see his family, maybe they will not sleep anymore, or maybe they will suffer a lot, but they only do this because they love the people and love the life. That's why they are superheroes, and we can help them. All the superheroes need help. They cannot be fighting alone. But what we can do to save these superheroes? Well, staying in our home. Staying in their home is a simple thing that we can do, but it can do a big change in this pandemic. Yeah, it's good to stay in our home and staying safe about the COVID-19. And we cannot give any powers to that COVID, and the doctors will save one more time the people. They are superheroes. They are the most stronger ones, and not just like the Avengers. That's why at these times, or superheroes, or Avengers, or Justice League are the doctors. And we need to give a big thanks to all the sacrifices that they are doing.
Thanks, Andres, for reminding us about how real heroism can be if we are brave enough to practice it ourselves. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Very good, very good. So next we are going to listen about the new life under a deadly virus. Mia Mancillas is a very energetic, attentive, refreshing girl. She's a dreamy lass, eager to discover as much as she can about this big wide world. So let's welcome Mia Mancillas.
Attitude is a little thing that make a big difference. Hello, teachers and classmates. Today I'm going to talk about the issue of the future of humanity living with a deadly virus. This virus that developed during 2020, COVID-19, is a lesson for us to learn all the bad things that we have done over time. Science man has been responsible for the extinction of some animals, pollution, global warming, and so forth. Although it's not the first time that a pandemic like this has occurred, this virus quarantined us around the world. This virus may also change science. There will be a new normal, and we will see new inventions to be able to live with this type of virus, but it will be not easy to get out of this pandemic. In case that we get out of this pandemic, I would say that no matter how much we want to go back to how our lives were, they will not be the same again. It all depends on us, humans. So my theory is that we brought the pandemic ourselves, we should also overcome it by ourselves. We also create an awareness of the daringness of the current situation. So most of the people have no respect the quarantine, knowing that there is a virus. Sometimes they not even wear their mask, knowing that at this time it is essential that they wear them. The risky situation in which COVID-19 put us should make us reflect on what we are and what we want to be, and the importance of protecting the that we love, like our parents, grandparents, children, and friends, and valuing what we have. When we resist renouncing privilege, such as enjoying a party, walking on the beach, or going out without a protective mask, and we have not understood that there is a pandemic, a worldwide disease, and we are not willing to give in a favor of a majority, that resistance shows us in majority. At 1 year into COVID-19 pandemic, with more than 13 million confirmed cases and around 550,000 deaths worldwide, much has been learned about SARS-CoV-2, its epidemiology and forms of contagion to its spread in people. It is the impact of chronic disease and their future forecast that make it essential to develop comprehensive epidemiological surveillance systems. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and thank you for your invitation for everybody to reflect about all of the changes that we will see in the near future and about how we must be prepared for them. Thank you very much. All right, and with that.
Now we are going to continue with a young man, student, an excellent in all what he's doing in his activities. He's also a good friend and who always gives his best. He never gives up and always finds a way to do things. With his title, How is to be a Teen During the Pandemic, Diego Garcia.
If you think to be in quarantine is hard, you can't imagine how it's to be a teenager in a pandemic. Today, I will talk about how it's to be a teenager in a pandemic and the possible consequences that this pandemic of COVID-19 will arrive with new consequences to the new generations. In my opinion, kids and teenagers have one of the most difficult parts of the consequences of the pandemic of COVID-19. They suffer many consequences like social, emotional, and physiological consequences, and a rapid change of a daily routine. There are many changes that happen during this pandemic. For example, how we learn today. Before the pandemic, we can go to a classroom, sitting on a desk, and paying attention to the teacher that was in front of the class and giving their lesson. And then in the recess, we can go to socialize with another classmates. But now, the only thing that we can do is to pay attention to a screen. And many teenagers and kids can support their lessons during the pandemic, and they left the school. Or the communication with your friends and family. Before the pandemic, we can go with friend's house, a mall, a park, anywhere, with anyone. But now we need to stay at home. And if you want to interact with another person, you need an electronic device. In fact, the use of electronic device increased 73% only in 2020. And one of the most important topics is emotional crisis and mental illness. In this period of life, everyone have an emotional crisis, but the new generations have more stress and are more likely to have a mental illness like anxiety, depression, or a mental eating disorder. But not only that, they're likely to have skin problems, difficulty to sleep, etc. What I can do to support emotional crisis in a point of view of a parent and a teenager. If you're a parent, please be there, talk, and more important, listen. Your kids and teenagers want to express themselves, but if you don't be there, they can't do it. And don't make fun of their problems, because they will break the trust that you have with them. Or if you are a teenager, first, relax. And if you, and only you, want to talk with any adult, your dad, your mom, your aunt, your grandparents, go with it. But if you don't do it. Go by your time. And remember, you're not alone. You can do many activities to minus the stress. For example, reading. That actually it's my favorite one when I feel stressed. Or paint. Or you can make exercise like yoga. But don't be realistic. Don't do 45 minutes of exercise when you never do exercise in your life. It's to relax you, not to faint you. It's good to do new things, but don't do things that you don't want. In conclusion, this is a bad time, and we all agree. But if you are focused in the good things that maybe this pandemic has, you can learn something, and you can help others like me with this speech that you had listened. My name is Diego Alejandro Garcia Valdez. I am from Saltillo, Coahuila in North Mexico, and I want to send a human message to the world. You're not alone, and this time will pass by.
Thank you very much, Diego. And yes, it is very good as grown-ups, as adults, to be reminded about the hardships that teenagers and young people go through. This is exactly what our event is for, so it is exactly what we expect. Thank you for your topic and your participation.
Thank you. And our next participant, she's a warm girl, giving a hand other whenever it's necessary. Even when situations seem to be difficult, she's always working hard and never gives up. With the title, People Who Disobey the Rules in the Pandemic, Alejandra Rosales.
I'm a student from Villa Educativa de Saltillo who will talk to all those people who are being part of the problem in this COVID-19 pandemic. Since March of 2020, we entered a new world caused by the virus COVID-19. And since that month, the life of everyone have changed and become more difficult. We started to have new distinct problems like economic, or we got sadder because we miss seeing people, or in the worst cases, we have lost to those loved ones of our lives. So I know sometimes we want to go out maybe for being with that person one more time or to get distracted for only a moment. But we really need to stop doing that. It's so risky. At first, I want to thanks to all the people that think for the world and stay home, who wears the mask and wash their hands every day when returning from work or shopping, because they are being part of the solution. They are like small heroes. In the other hand, I want to express that I'm so angry and disgusted for those who still going out and don't take care of the world. Because of them, a lot of lives are being ruined. I know it isn't easy to be locked in a house and can't hang out with friends, but do you know you're putting lives in risk by doing that? Did you know you're complicating the work of many doctors? Please, I implore you to don't go out. It's much better to stay home and safe with your family than going out and spread people or get infected. Perhaps you are young, and if you get sick, it won't be serious for you. But the ones who really will feel the consequences would be your parents, elderly people, nurses, doctors, etc. You could end with the life of someone that is vulnerable. And hospitals are saturating. They're running out of oxygen tanks, stretchers, and medicines. You make the doctors unable to go to their homes and rest because of caring for the people you are infecting every time you go out. But not everything is bad. You're in time of change yourself, and I'm going to give you the solutions. The first one is that if you want to talk and see people, do it virtually. I know it isn't the same as seeing face to face, but it's safer. There exist many apps and social media for doing that. You can even play and watch movies through calls. Believe me, there are several options to be with those you want without having to be physically close to them. The second one involves the government, as this is everyone's problem. They should put fines to the people who go out without a reason or who doesn't follow the sanity rules. And maybe they should even set a deadline hour to go out. It could sound too strict, but it is what we need to keep ourselves in order. And the third one is that if you really need to go out, maybe for go to work, shopping, or an emergency, it's an obligation to go out wearing your mask, use antibacterial gel, or wash your hands constantly, and have a reasonable distance between every person to prevent the virus going to your body. Keeping us safe is everyone's job. And if we all cooperate, this will end earlier. As well as if you are of those who are still going out, think before that because you already know all the problems that happen in the world because of you. Protect yourself and others. We need each other.
Thank you. And yes, we need to agree on rules in order to live as a society. It just can't be helped. So thank you very much. And next, to talk to us about the topic of the mental state of people during lockdown. Luis Lopez is a well-rounded young lad with a promising future, excelling at both athletics and academic achievements. He takes his future and education quite seriously, while he also always contributes to make his environment a more peaceful and cordial place. So with that, I would like to give a great welcome to Luis Lopez.
2020 was a crazy year for most people because so many bad things happened. That is scary, so it's the year 2021. Personally, it affects my mental state more than anything. How many years do you think it will take to return to our normal lives? The purpose of this speech is to demonstrate how quarantine affects people's mental state. Not only did it affect my mental state, but also that of many people, and this is very harmful, because our physical state depends in part on our mental state. In the case of many people, their mental health decreased considerably during the quarantine. Several people develop mental illnesses like depression, anxiety, bipolarity, and another more little mental illnesses. In the case of some other people, they did not develop a mental illness, but their mood and morale decreased a lot. It's understandable on both sides, those with mental illnesses and those without mental illnesses. And well, it is almost a year and counting that we are in quarantine, and there are almost 3 million deaths for COVID-19, and hearing this is quite sad. Now, I would like to talk about an experience that I had during the quarantine with mental illness. Personally, the quarantine did affect my mental state because in these last months, I began to have anxiety attacks. The truth that this very you feel when you shut off with and you cannot think clearly is a very disturbing sensation. These anxiety attacks go in hand with the death of some relatives due to COVID-19. But the good thing is I'm recovering and the anxiety attacks are decreasing little by little. Suicide have also increased and more now during the quarantine. They are derived from mental illnesses because mental illnesses are not the game of the human matter. Because mental illnesses lead people to suicide. Therefore, if you have or you know someone with mental illnesses, seek professional medical help. Do not try to avoid or cope with mental illness because that is not possible. Talk to someone. Go to a psychologist if it makes you feel better. No one will judge you for you going there. If you need help, look out for it. Mental health does matter, and the fact that people's mental health is declining to the point of mental illnesses is troubling. A bad thing about mental illnesses is people don't take seriously, and people see the persons with mental illnesses like weak or just crybabies, because people do not know about psychological help. As I said, mental illnesses are not the game or the human matter. If someone says, I have depression or I have anxiety, take it seriously because with you can help prevent a possible suicide. Represents more than 1 million of people of 15 to 29 years old who have a mental illness.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And absolutely, without a sound mind, you can do nothing, right? You can do anything. That's why it is important to remember a healthy mind and a healthy body. So thank you very much for your topic. And next, to talk to us about quarantined environmental pollution. Isis Leija is a passionately patriotic young lady who has resolved to persevere until she sees the bright green future for the earth that she envisions. So let's give a warm welcome to Isis Leija.
As many people know, the quarantine is causing a drastic reduction in pollution emissions in the most populated cities on the planet. No war, no restrictions, no other pandemic has caused such a dramatic impact on CO2 emissions over the last century as COVID-19 has achieved in just a few months. Matt McGrath, U.S. environmental correspondent, recently wrote for the BBC. Hello, my name is Isis, and today I'm going to tell you about the environmental pollution during the quarantine. There are fewer planes in the sky and fewer cars on the runway. Power consumption has decreased. NASA has detected the decrease in polluting gases in the atmosphere and space. Cosmologists have noticed that the planet vibrates even less. Images of worlds that look more crystalline, and animals that know well happily through cities without humans and social networks. Today, I'm going to tell you about some solutions to reduce pollution. The industry and marketing strategies have accustomed us to buying, throwing away, and then buying again, without calculating the enormous impact this has on the environment. As much as possible, reuse those things that you would normally throw away. If something has been damaged, repair it. Don't rush to buy another just because you can. If it cannot be fixed or is a product that has already been consumed, then give the useful items a new use. For example, your mayonnaise jars can become cute and creative lamps for your garden, your porch, or your living room. One way to reduce environmental pollution is to help in the recycling process. How can you do it? Classify the garbage in your house. Organic garbage, paper, cardboard, glass, plastic, and aluminum, and put in special containers. We know you want and need a more comfortable life, but long-lasting disposables are one of the most serious causes of non-biodegradable waste build up. For example, diapers represent 50% of accumulated garbage in the world, and many people throw them into the water, which exacerbates the problem. For diapers, try to use one made from biodegradable material. People can also opt for reusable eco-friendly diapers. There are more and more options on the market that you can take advantage of. This same question, try to apply it to other products. Before doing something, think about whether you really need it, what materials it is made of, or how can you less affect the environment by using it. Environmental pollution is today a concrete and direct threat to the quality of life and substance. Although it's very difficult to completely reverse the damage, we can minimize the impact of human action on the environment and reduce it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Izzy.
Thank you very much. You're absolutely right. It is very easy for people to think that with this lockdown, pollution has ceased. However, it just keeps on going in a different way. It is vital to be reminded of this in order to avoid it. Thank you very much, Isis.
Now, our next participant is a very capable student with a flair for words and a lot of share. With a title, The Fall of the Economic During the 2020 Pandemic. Welcome to Diego Guerrero.
What happened to the world in 2020? And what happened to the economy during this pandemic? Sadly, in this pandemic, a lot of problems happened, including problems in the economy. A lot of local markets around the world sadly closed down because they had no clients. As a personal experience, I was going to buy my new PC, but there was a problem that really happened around the world. This was the zero stock. I was going to buy the parts of my PC, but when I checked on almost all Mexico websites, there was no stock of parts like graphics cards or processors. This was my personal experience. But what happened in the USA? Well, in Texas, all the supermarkets had anything. They had no food, no water, no health supplies, and when I mean anything, I'm really meaning anything. People were thinking they were going to an apocalypse. Thank God we're safe and sound. The bad part of this is that people bought almost everything in supermarkets. So the people who really needed food or water were affected by this. Nowadays, this is a solution. But this was a problem in 2020. Another point that affected the economy was the salary reduction. Parents around the world, including my parents, had their salary reduced by 60% or more. This was a problem when you were going to buy food or water. Fortunately, my parents and I thought about the savings we had. And thank God we're safe and healthy. As a recommendation to help people and the economy, I recommend buying and consuming local products of your city. This can help the economy in your city or in your state to grow on all points.
Thank you.
Thank you, Diego.
Thank you. And yes, the electronic aspect of human life is going to be pretty much accentuated during this time. So it is always good to reflect on that. Thank you very much. Next, with the topic of silent voices in a closet. She's very sure of herself and her way of thinking, so mature and likes to express her ideas with her own words, as it is going to happen today. With this, let's give a warm welcome to Eli Davila.
What right do you have to take our freedom? Exactly. You don't have one. So tell me, how many times have you organized or went to a party this quarantine? You don't have to lie. We are all selfish. but some people can control it. And I know you must be all sick and tired of only listening about the pandemic. But I came here to talk about a reality. So I hope you're ready. Adults. Adults have to make long lines in the supermarket. They can go to work and they can have parties. Kids, on the other hand, sometimes they don't understand their classes, they haven't got an idea, and they can't see their friends. We both have it bad, right? Well, apparently not. Adults have it worse. Adults will always be right, and kids won't. It's almost ironic, you know? It's like that popular Mexican phrase, you don't know what you have until you lose it. Ask every adult that lost their job last year if they miss it. Then ask every kid that can't even go to the park if they miss their freedom. The answer is yes, obviously. But what happens next? Is their choice to not go out? Reply strikes. In that case, some people are suggesting that kids go out even if they may die, or if they may be the cause of the death of another one. Today I'm here after listening that one of my friends is going back to school because her mother said, and I quote, she is bored. And kids are supposed to be the stupid ones. Give me a break. Kids are not stupid, and that's something that needs to be said. If you give them information and explain the situation, they can also realize what's happening, and they should be there. They should have a voice in those important matters that will change their lives forever. At first, I wasn't sure if I was going to give this speech. I didn't want all those selfish people to listen to it. But at the end, I decided to do it. I decided to do it for those that their voices aren't heard. For all of those silent voices in a closet. I am losing my young years, and I am not the only one. I am not losing them because I'm young or dumb. I am losing them because I care. I care about my friends, my family, and all those people who miss to go out. And I refuse. I refuse to believe that because I am young, I am dumb. I refuse to believe adults will always be right. And I refuse to fix something again, like the global warming, because you didn't care. I am losing my young years because I have not finished expressing myself. My name is Eliana Alfaro. I am 13 years old, and I study in Villa Educativa de Saltillo, Mexico. I am a kid. That means I'm dumb. So I probably just wasted some minutes of my life talking to you, spoken nonsense. Or did I? If somehow my words made a little sense to you, I ask you to listen, but not to me. Listen to your kids, because they deserve it.
That was so lit, so sassy. You were on fire, like an arrow to the heart. Thank you so much for your honesty and your bluntness, Ellie. Thank you so much. Amazing. So, with that, let us go to our next participant. He's going to talk to us about how COVID-19 has generated the most enormous economic crisis, or has it? A really smart boy who likes to read, and when expressing himself, he talks with passionate arguments. Let's give a warm welcome to Ramiro Valdez.
Hello, my name is Ramiro, and today I want to talk of how COVID-19, this pandemic, has affected the world in a real way, and how this has going to be a world that we, like society, are going to need to super in the future. We know that not a day we are living one of the worst health situations that we could imagine ever. that this problem has affected us in all the ways that you could think. But today I want to concentrate in one of the topics that have affected more, that is the economic. And why I'm saying that could be the question is because we only need to see, I think so that it's not a secret for nobody that nowadays we are living one of the worst economic situations since a lot of years. We only need to see how in all the world the poor have grown up in a extremely way, how now the unemployed is in the skies. I only need to give the example of my country. It's not exaggerate because yes, Mexico is one of the worst, but I will want to show how this could be worse, how this is a real problem for us. We need to see that nowadays in Mexico, in the first 6 months, the poor and the unemployed has grown up in people in 8.9 and 9.8 millions of people that have entered in these conditions. But it comes the question, this is only responsible for pandemic because all the people say that this is the real problem, but finally it's a mix of a lot of situations. We need to consider that we have, yes, the pandemic, the worst problem, but at the same time, we have responsible people, governments that didn't know how to work in this situation. They can't take action that has been functioned for everybody. And with this, we have the worst mix that you could have for a world and a society. We only need to think in all the people that can open their business, can work another time because they have been sick or they lost their works in the staff costs. All the people have been affected. Everybody, I think so that nobody in the world has been saved of this problem nowadays. And with this, there comes the question that it exists a solution. It exists something that we could do to solve that, to control, but it could exist in the past, I think so, but the past has been the past, and nowadays we only can wait. Because we are only people, we didn't have the power to solve something like that. A lot of people think that when all the people will be vaccinated, all are going to be okay, but no, that is a lie. We need to accept that the world is more difficult like that, and finally, a lot of people have been suffering, a lot of people, they are not going to be recovered of this problem. And I know that it sounds negative, but as I say, we are only people, we are only humans, we didn't have this power. Doesn't matter if we think that all are going to be okay, we need to accept that sometimes we need to suffer and support the problems. And finally, I think because sometimes the suffer is a better thing that we could have, because sometimes you need to suffer to advance and be better like a society, and in our case, like people. And that is all that I want to say like a citizen of the world. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Ramiro. Thanks as always. Thank you so much for reminding us of the interdisciplinary and the transversion and the intersectional aspect of the situation in which we are living now with this health crisis. Thank you very much.
Now, our next participant, she studies the first grade of secondary, is really attentive of her classmates' needs and loves to help every time there is a chance. With the title of the speech, How the Pandemic Has Helped the Environment, Maureen Elias, welcome.
Turn a tree into a firewood for you, but it will not produce water or fruit for your children. Hello, my name is Maureen Elias, and today I'm going to talk to you about how the pandemic has helped the environment. There is clear water in the Venice canals, blue skies over Delhi, and wild animals are remaining bodily in lockdown cities. The oil industry and airlines are floundering in this new world, and carbon emissions are falling fast. But there are also mountains of food waste going to waste that our supply chains aren't set up to deal with. And what is more, the radical changes that to the daily life that we were seeing that now we're not, thankfully, going to be permanent. History tells us that when emissions have fallen sharply in the past, as they do after recessions, there is often a rocketing that wipes any short-term cut out in emissions. The positive effect of the lockdown is to decrease the carbon dioxide emissions by the minus 17%. That is equal to the minus 11 to minus 25%. By the 7th of April of 2020, with respect to mean the level emissions in 2019, Air Quality Index, the AQA, is the estimate of the air quality that is toward the AQI value that is better to the air. So the pandemic has separated us from our loved ones. It has prevented us from going to many places as a family or with friends. And for us, the people, the humans, is a bad point of the pandemic. But let's put it aside and think about the animals and the plants that are out there, the environment. Let's go back in the time to the first month of the pandemic, where not many people were going out to parties or to work. That time was the nature was able to regenerate and be a little bit like before when there was not so much pollution. So I invite you to stop polluting what is not necessary to be in a pandemic to take care of the environment. If I knew that the world will end tomorrow, I still today plant a tree.
Thank you.
Thank you, Maureen.
Thank you, Maureen. And I am very glad to see how this young generation is constantly reminding us about all of the technological developments that will take place in the near future. We're very excited to see how you are willing to be a part of this change. All right, so
our next participant is an excellent student with a promising future and a lot of talent, always giving the best of him, with the title Mental and Emotional Illness Due to Quarantine. Let's welcome to Edgar Garcia.
No matter what the situation is, don't let your emotions dominate your intelligence. The world has found many cases of mental and emotional illness, such as Eduardo's one, that for so long that he was at home began to suffer of depression, starting with a slight headache until thinking about suicide. Do you know that each year, near about 800,000 people commit suicide, and suicide is the second leading cause of disability in 2021? Now, have you suffered from depression, anxiety, stress, or other emotional illness? No, or you haven't noticed. Today, I'll talk about the mental and emotional illness due to the quarantine, a topic that keeps a very strong relation with the humanity at abroad, because till today, in some parts of the world, countries are still in quarantine. Being in your house by long periods of time could deliver illness that we have never experienced. That's why people all around the world are suffering of them, but especially the teenagers, because they can go out or being with their friends in the least recommended stage. And that means that we all have to share what we feel, so we can know the statistics if we have or not any of these illnesses. First thing, the types and symptoms. There are two principal and more common illnesses. The number one is depression or major depressive disorder. This is a disorder that isn't overcome overnight. It causes a feeling of constant sadness and a loss of interest in doing different activities. You may have a hard time doing everyday activities and sometimes feel like life is not worth living. But hey, not everything is bad. There are people who feel better taking antidepressant medications, since many times this happens due to a lack of happiness hormones. The principal depression symptoms are sadness, frustration, loss of interest, insomnia, tiredness, lack of appetite, and suicidal thoughts. The number two is low self-esteem. This is not exactly a disorder, but it is one of the most common emotional problems that exist, and especially among us young people. According to Georgia Gold Primary Care Research Institute studies show that 1 in 4 teens deal with low self-esteem. When we speak of the lack of this, we refer to a perception of ourselves that exempts us from perceiving ourselves as a valuable, talented, or simply having a negative judgment about who we are. Those who have problems of self-acceptance, it's difficult for them to respect and value themselves as they should be. The principal low self-esteem symptoms are increased heart rate, accelerated breathing, sweating, tremors, nervousness, feeling weak, having trouble falling asleep, and suffering with gastrointestinal problems. And finally, the solutions. For these two problems, doctors recommend to attend a psychologist so they can stop the advance of the disease. Other way, you can get antidepressants, but just if your psychologist recommends, so you can get the degree portion and medication. There are other simple methods like doing exercise or listening music that keep your brain and your mind busy instead of thinking in other bad or sad things. And now that we know when we can deliver any of these illnesses, at least you know what to do and which are the symptoms. And before the depression converts into the second cause of disability in 2021, let's make an effort and prevent illness. Take care.
Listo.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Diego, and everybody who is.
Edgar.
Sorry. Thank you very much, Edgar. And all of the people who are reminding us about the importance of maintaining a sound mental health. I am glad that it's not only one person, but that multiple people agree that this is the basis of even our physical health. Thank you very much. And let's continue now with a student who is going to talk to us about how is technology affecting and helping us. She loves to dance at the same time. She also enjoys being a good and responsible student who is always trying to do her best. With this, let's give a warm welcome to Mariana Carrillo.
It's not fading technology, it's fading people. Steve Jobs. Hello, I'm a student from Villa Educativa Saltillo, from Saltillo, Coahuila, Mexico. As our citizen, today I want to talk about the technology, how it's helping and affecting us, and also about the situation that we have faced with COVID-19. COVID-19 pandemic is changing how we live our life. Some of us sad, some of us have adapted and gotten stronger to be able to confront anything. Think about it, what you have faced and learned from this. In my case, I learned that then after storm comes the sun. What do I mean by this? Is that in your life, always are going to be bad times, but then it will fix it and will be good days. I know that is not an easy situation. Was a year with a lot of anxiety, depression, stress, and having a lot of problems. The most of the person have to stay in their house because quarantine. Some of us was infected of this virus. Some of the person lost family. I lost family too, and I know that this situation is not easy. The most of us have to adapt it to taking classes online. To someone it become easy or difficult that situation. But in these days, we have a lot of things that help us. One of those things is the technology. The technology is having a great impact in our society because now the most of us depends on it for work, for classes, meeting, or for only talk with someone, a family or friend. Well, the technology is affecting us negatively. Experts have found that in addition to making our life more convenient, but there's a negative side to technology. It can be addicting and it can hurt our communication skills. Extending screen time can result like health ramifications, like insomnia, eye strain, and increased anxiety and depression. Social media and mobile devices may lead to psychological and physical issues, such as I said, eye strain and difficulty focusing on important tasks. They may also contribute to more serious health conditions. The overuse of technology may have more significant impact on developing children and teenagers. These are the cons of the technology. Now I will say the pros. Thanks to the internet and mobile technologies, we can communicate with anyone in the world and form relationships with people who are some distance away, rather than being limited to the people within our physical vicinity. This has some great positives for both home life and work life. In regards to work life, employees are able to communicate with coworkers from anywhere, which allows more employees to work from home. So now we know that we have pros and cons to technology, and that we are facing a really sad situation, but I hope that this will fix it earlier. Technology is a useful servant, but a dangerous master. Christian Loos Lynch.
Thank you very much, Mariana Carrillo. Yes, and I thank you for such a formal and elegant delivery of such vital information during these pressing times. With that, we now go to our segment in which we present the speeches that are going to be given by the teachers of our school. The first one today, best of both worlds, Carmen Daran combines the knowledge acquired from her life experience in Mexico City and her experience in the northern region. She always knows how to spice her pedagogy with a refreshing and healthy dose of pop culture. And her topic is how astonishing it was to become a great grandmother during the pandemic. With this, let's give a warm welcome to Ms. Carmen Daran.
A tiny bit of heaven sent from above, a sweet little miracle to treasure and love. Have you ever thought on how the pregnant women are feeling or living since COVID outbreak? Let me tell you that they are not living uncertainty on how well their children are going to come to this world. They are afraid to get infected even when they are in the hospital. I'm going to talk to you about the differences in the way of living the pregnant women were living in before the COVID and during COVID-19. Before COVID-19, pregnant women used to go to the gynecologist with more than a person. Nowadays, only one person is allowed. They used to go to the stores to feel the softness of a cloth, the smoothness of a toy, or to watch carefully the characteristics of a crib. Nowadays, shopping online is the only thing they can do to be healthy. They also can have parties that we call in Mexico baby shower, where people used to express their best wishes and to make them feel happy, have fun, and relax. Nowadays, no contact is recommended. When the baby was born, one person can be there, just close to them in the operating room to encourage them. Nowadays, only physicians are there. In the past, with no pandemic time, the room of the mom in the hospital were like a party, receiving people going in and out, willing to hug the baby. Nowadays, only one person can be in the room because they are afraid of getting infected. Later, when the baby was at home, they were receiving mommy's friends or relatives. Nowadays, Zoom is the closest thing to the outdoors. Maybe you are wondering, why did I say that it was astonishing for me to become a grandmother, excuse me. Let me tell you that 7 months ago, my daughter, Kareri, was a brand new mother, but wrongly, she was given a positive COVID-19 and she was taken into the COVID area. Even when I insisted to the gynecologist that it was a really big mistake, he was afraid. He did not manage about this because this is at the early, we may say in August, and he stood on what the COVID doctor said. A positive COVID is a positive COVID. So my daughter went to the COVID area and her baby was taken away from her. No one was taking care of Kareri, and her womb because it was a cesarean surgery and took longer to be healed. Why? Because she was only monitored from out of the door. And she was not the chance to have her baby with her, so she didn't feed him as she was planning. The worst thing is the emotional damage that Kareri had during those days. She was there alone, isolated, with no help. Even if she needs to sit down or stand up, no one was close to her because they thought she was infected. Finally, the pediatrician, who was well prepared and skilled on this matter, convinced the doctors in the hospital that they were not infected because Leilani, my granddaughter, had 2 PCR tests and blood tests also, and the results were negative. And my daughter, even staying in the hospital, fortunately, she had no symptoms at all, and no one in my family either. So they decided to take Kareri and her daughter out of the hospital as in the day that it was planned to. And the bill for the hospital increased a lot. But now those days are left behind, and I am really happy with my daughter because I know that she's the bravest mother that Leilani may have. She never gave up in the hospital, and she didn't authorize any COVID medicine. So she stands very sure and positive, and nowadays they are together. When they left the hospital, they were taken by the back door, if we may say, where the COVID patients were going now. And maybe you are thinking, why am I saying these things? Because living in this pandemic for pregnant women is really difficult. So I just want you to please keep in mind that you may need to be close to them. Please give them a call, not only messaging. You have Zoom to have digital calls. Let them know that you are there. Let them know that you are willing to meet their babies, because they still feel alone and they still feel afraid. And now I can say that becoming a grandmother during this pandemic time was to recharging my heart and my soul with the most indescribable love. And when they placed Leilani in my arms, my granddaughter, she slept in my heart.
Thank you so much, Ms. Carmen. Thank you so much for opening up to us, for sharing such a personal, recent experience of yours. It is much appreciated, and certainly motherhood is unstoppable. Nothing can stop motherhood. So let's all work together to keep it going, to see how we can help that to continue. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Carmen. And the next participant is standing next to me. Fascinated by the study of antiquity, linguistics, and ethnography, Alejandro enjoys book collecting and camping, as well as learning about gardening and agriculture. Here is Alejandro Alatorre. Thank you.
What are viruses? What are pathogens? What are exosomes? How do we distinguish viruses from exosomes? Are all viruses pathogenic, or are some of them benign or not harmful at all? To people who study these things, virologists, epidemiologists, microbiologists, all of the ologists, the academics, the specialists, the scholars, do all of them agree on exactly what is the definition of a virus? How do we distinguish it? Do they agree on what constitutes a kind of virus? Are viruses classified into species the way living beings are, Or are they classified in some other way? Do specialists agree on how they are classified? More importantly, will the PCA, or Principal Component Analysis, establishing that COVID is indeed a different kind of coronavirus, different from the ones previously known, eventually be made to the public? Will the genome of this virus be sequenced and shown to people? I wonder all of these things, ladies and gentlemen. I also wonder if it is morally valid to pressure people within a very short period of time to inoculate themselves with an engineered deadly virus, even if found in a debilitated state. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Alejandro Latorre, and today I would like to talk about certain important questions regarding the current situation, which I think cannot be left unanswered. Is it a good idea to outsource the deliberation that allows us to answer all of these questions to politicians? Are politicians ready to tell us all of this scientific information? Even more, what are the roles of the state? What are the responsibilities? What is the purpose of the state for existence? What is its raison d'etre? All of these things need to be established. And the fact that they have become questions shows us that our society has come to a point where there is so much heterogeneity, where there is so little agreement on such basic things, that we need to outsource conciliation to the state. How many people are there in our society who can really answer all of these questions? It seems to me like we're getting to a point where politicians, when they fail, they blame each other. But at a certain point, they say, you know what, we're not going to blame each other anymore. Let's just blame the average citizen. If we can blame people for leaving their houses, or for living their lives, or for exerting their freedom, if we can take those things and attribute to them the current healthcare crisis, then it would be very convenient for those people. However, it is necessary to keep a well-collected and composed mind when making all of these decisions. Truth is that in most countries, we have primary, secondary education, and also high school. And the purpose of this is to endow the citizen with the necessary knowledge to make decisions regarding what goes on in politics, so that he can be informed enough to elect a representative. However, what happens when the information necessary to make these decisions gets too technical and too scientific? I think that a mind that is prone to losing itself to passions and panic is also very prone to finding him or herself in the same situation as Henny Penny. Yes, Henny Penny. Remember that movie, Chicken Little? There was a big drama because the animals thought that the sky was falling down, but it was only starting to rain. But when they found this out, a whole pandemonium had already taken place. So what is important to do now? We need to slow down, to think before we act. We need to avoid panic. We need to take our time, and we need to avoid being taken advantage of. It is important for us to always remember, when it comes to wicked people in power, they thrive on pandemonium and panic. Let's not allow this to happen by having a composed mind. Let us always keep composure. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Alex. Thank you very much. Thanks for bringing up the scientific minutiae that we must not lose sight of during this lockdown.
Well, up next, also standing next to me, is an avid rhetorician and educator. Patricia Vargas Lugo celebrates life every day by accompanying and guiding her students and always finding new ways to share her enthusiasm with her co-workers and family. She's going to talk to us about changing your thoughts and changing your life. With you, Patricia Vargas Lugo.
Thank you, Mr. Alex. Life circumstances or difficult situations are everywhere. Example of it is the global pandemic, which has affected the entire world in many different ways that we all know. Nevertheless, the problem is not the pandemic or any other trouble that we can have. The problem is the way and the attitude we take to solve conflicts. Being positive will help people to become confident and able to have different perspectives of the whole scenario. But it is not enough. There are other important things we need to perform if we want to have a better life. I am Patricia and I live in Saltillo, Mexico. The word speech rang the bell on me and inspired the idea to motivate the students to take the challenge and be part of this, taking them out from the comfort zone and the lockdown routine. I know that speaking in public and broadcast live make people get nervous and bring you negative thoughts, such as, I am not able to do that, or a strong belief that only great speakers can deliver a message to the world. Why don't we change for the simple words, yes, I can, and I will make it happen. That action will bring you the possibility to empower your life. On January 8th, I lost a great man, my father, to whom I love very much. I know that many people have suffered losses. We know that death is something natural and it can happen to any of us. But when the loss happens to you, your life changes completely. In my case, it was hard to focus on my job. I didn't want to see friends, sorry friends, and I don't want to talk or chat with my family, sorry about that too, but that happened to me. There were too many concerns that I need to deal and solve if I wanted to feel better. I knew that I had to do something, so I asked myself, what do I do? I started changing the way of thinking to see the positive side of the situation. That I had too many plans to pursue, such as spend more time with my family, read more, smile more, and do things like I am doing right now, that they were very important to recover my life. After that, I began to pay more attention about my feelings and moods. I understood that they were not very enthusiastic or optimistic at all, that I need to change them first if I wanted to have or feel much better. I need to focus on all my activities like they will be positive. Also to enjoy the beautiful moments that we have, like this moment, with more patience, love, and care. Changing your thoughts, changing your life is completely true. Gandhi used to say that your beliefs become into your thoughts become into your moods, and your moods become into your behavior. And that's why our behavior is heavily influenced by our thoughts and mindset. So it's time to bring more positive actions to our day. By the way, do you know that thousands of thoughts cross our mind during the day? There is a study at the Queen University in Canada that says that an average person has 6,000 thoughts per day, but most of them are not at will. Some of them are negative, so we need to be aware of it and bring positive thoughts to our life. Therefore, I want to give you just 4 ideas that I know that if you practice them, you're going to feel much better. Number 1, make a list of activities you like and enjoy that makes you feel good. Number 2, if you get in a negative mood, use this list to remind you of the positive actions you can take to create the positive thinking. Number 3, this is the most important action that you can do. Pray. Pray with faith, with decision, with passion. And 4, don't forget to be thankful every day. And lastly, think if your thoughts are helping you to reach your goal.
Thank you so much, Ms. Patty, for sharing that very personal anecdote of yours. Ladies and gentlemen, I am told that we are short on time, so let's allow our next participant. She's going to talk to us about teachers at Crossroads. I would just really want to say this about her. She's highly resilient and steadfast. Johnny Rare has devoted her life to pedagogy across all levels, from elementary language education to language training of adults from all walks of life. She takes pride on her exceedingly accomplished children and her dedication to her calling and those who surround her. Big applause for Johnny Rare.
Hello, I am a teacher here at Villa Educativa in Saltillo, Coahuila. I have the pleasure of teaching secondary and primary here. But why am I here? We as teachers are at a great crossroad. We never thought we would have to change our ways of speaking or talking or teaching to our children until COVID. Teaching is hard enough in person, but being confined in this room for 365 days and trying to give the best teaching that we can give is almost impossible. I said almost. Teaching is hard enough. We try to make sure in live, we watch our students, we look at them, we give them those hugs, we investigate, we know that they're learning, we keep questioning, we can do things together using boards and technologies. But life was easy. We never thought until last year that we had to learn new technologies, new applications like Zooms. Many days and nights we spent frustrated trying to master applications, insisting to give the best teaching, the essential to our students, the best of us. We're working 7 days a week, sometimes 12 hours a day, to make sure that we can give them the tools, because now we have to teach in a screen. Teaching in a screen, you can't see if your students are really sad or they're learning. We don't know what's happening. So we've had to learn many inventive ways to make our students have the best education that we give, to make sure we're there. We had to develop new senses, learn to nurture all over again, talk and make them talk. Some say that this room is my jail. This is not my jail. This classroom is my learning center to teach my students the best way we can. We've had to learn to teach more empathy and sympathy. Let them learn what is important. Teachers, these are our future leaders who have not been able or not know how to express themselves, and we need to make them strong. We need to give them the wings so that they can soar past this epidemic. We need these people. We need them strong. We cannot let them fall into depression, into addictions of video games or anything. We need to listen to them. I am a mother. I am a person. But my biggest job now is a teacher. And I ask all of you teachers, step up and take this challenge so that we can make our students healthy, wealthy, wise, and fly. I'm a teacher at Via Educativa. My name is Joni Rocha, and I thank you.
Thank you so much, Johnny, for your kind and warm words of encouragement. We could really, really use those, right? Thank you very much. Next, well, we have come to the end of our event today. We had more participants in mind with recorded videos. However, we understand that we have time constraints. So we would like to thank so much everybody working at the World Speech Day event, especially those who are in Singapore, Susan and Peter and everybody who helped us along the way. Thank you so much.
Yes, and thanks everyone for watching our students, Villa Educativa from Saltillo. Mexico wishes you the very best and take care and be safe. And see you next year.
See you next year.
See you next year.
Hi guys, my name is Cody Kerr. I live here in Helsinki, Finland, so the top of the world, and I'm actually from Brisbane, Australia, so the outside of the world. So it's really cool to give a speech for World Speech Day, and the topic is great, humanity at a crossroads. And we're always sort of at a crossroads with our perspectives and the decisions that we make. And I want to talk about online business today, and the title of my speech is Fairness in International Business. Now, 10 years ago, I noticed that there was quite a difference in pay rates for different countries across the world. And that's because of conversion rates, but really some of the prices are quite low. And it's happening because there's such a saturation in the market. A lot of people offering the same sort of services. Now, these platforms like Freelancer and Upwork, they're great platforms, but and they offer multitudes of services. So you got employment law, you've got financial services, you've got development, design services around photography and film, and basically most of the industries, right? And this is where we're heading, you know. Like I have recently had a son, and Hi guys, my name is Cody Kerr. I live here in Helsinki, Finland, so top of the world, and I'm actually from Brisbane, Australia, so the outside of the world. So it's really cool to give a speech for World Speech Day, and the topic is great, humanity at a crossroads. And we're always sort of at a crossroads with our perspectives and the decisions that we make. And I want to talk about online business today, and the title of my speech is Fairness in International Business. Now, 10 years ago, I noticed that there was quite a difference in pay rates for different countries across the world. And that's because of conversion rates, but really some of the prices are quite low. And it's happening because there's such a saturation in the market. A lot of people offering the same sort of services. Now, these platforms like Freelancer and Upwork, they're great platforms, but and they offer multitudes of services. So you got employment law, you've got financial services, you've got development, design services, services around photography and film, and basically most of the industries, right? And this is where we're heading, you know. Like I have recently had a son, and he might be working on these online platforms one day, but what's currently happening with that saturation, I don't know if he's going to make enough money to pay rent with that. So I want to encourage people to change their mindset with the remuneration. We should be paying people exactly what we would want to be paying, and we should understand what the services are so we can pay correctly. So if that's what's happening, what can we do to sort of get out of that situation so that we can actually make enough money? Well, we should look at agreements. We should look at different countries that offer different resources. I mean, obviously we want to find people with the specific resources we have. And maybe we can't find those people around us. So we can go to different countries to find those particular services. And then we can form agreements and actually offer the same services without the platforms. So what we can do, I had a legal lesson the other day, and I learned how to actually create a legal contract and what is a valid offer. See, a valid offer has 4 criteria. It's got a specific offeree, so somebody that the agreement's intended for, clear terms, all the specifics about what will be done, and you can have dispute clauses to make sure that if anything does go astray, that you can sort of have some agreements there as well. It's communicated in a form understandable by the person it's being offered to. They can read it and fully understand it. And lastly is the legal intent, so they have the will to actually take up that contract. If you've got all those 4 things, you can actually have an agreement that will be legally tender. And you can create that yourself, but obviously it's better to eventually create it through a lawyer, and then that way you can continuously use that same sort of agreement. So from today, I want you guys to go out there, look up other businesses throughout the world that are offering similar services, and just talk about what you need done, and just see what they come back with. Let them know you need a viable price to be able to do long-term business, but you might be pleasantly surprised at how long you can work with another company, leveraging time and money and resources. So also, you should also look at the agreements we talked about. Just come up with one yourself. Try your hardest to make it the best you can, and test it out and see if the other party's happy with it. And you might find that it works perfectly. And obviously, down the track, you can get more tender legal agreements through a lawyer. But I really want to thank you guys for your time today. I really appreciate the opportunity to speak, and I hope you guys have an awesome day. Hopefully speak to you next time.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the World Speech Day. We are
Hello, I'm Simon Gibson. I'm the founder of World Speech Day, and of course today, 15th of March, is World Speech Day. We've got events happening around the world, obviously for the most part via Zoom and other technologies, but some are happening live, for instance, in parts of Africa. So it's still a day to celebrate speeches and speech making through public speaking events, and it's been a great event so far, with probably around 1,000 speakers going live already on our live stream channel. This particular broadcast is going to be part of the overall live stream a little later in the afternoon, but it's going out live on Twitter now, and it's operating under the title of Rhetoric Remix, which is the way we would like to approach the subject of rhetoric and public speaking, but in a slightly tangential manner, with a bit of intellect, but with fun as well. And given that, to borrow a line from Oprah, none of the interviewees today have been paid, but all of them know the question. And the question is, humanity at a crossroads, what future for public speaking? And I hope that we're going to be addressing that, not just in terms of the impact of the technology, but the impact of the whole of the last year on public speaking and discourse. Just to give you one example, it feels to me like we've all had a shared experience, probably for the first time in humanity's kind of progress. Very nearly all of us have shared some kind of experience and restriction over the past year. And what does that do for public speaking and discourse and speech making? And that's just an example that occurs to me. But anyway, enough of me, because we've got some wonderfully star-studded interviews today. And I think we're going to start with Ivanka Rodieva, who's chair of the executive committee of the Institute of Rhetoric, and is a professor at Sofia University. So it's a great pleasure to have Ivanka here, and she'll be addressing that subject of humanity at a crossroads, what future for public speaking. Thanks very much, Ivanka.
Thank you. It's a big honor to take part in this virtual event, and I would like to start with a very brief citation. What is a rhetoric? And all of us know that from my point of view, rhetoric is an ancient yet vital science, and at the same time there are a lot of manifestations in different spheres: business, policy, internet, and the speechwriter and speech maker has a lot of responsibilities, and he or she should write and prepare every single speech analyzing the situation. And what say Aristotle? Aristotle defines rhetoric as the faculty of observing in any given case the available means of persuasion. I will continue with these any given cases. What cases? Speech, webinars, lectures, conferences, video conferences, webinars. There are a lot of situations, and everybody should adapt very, very fast in this situation. And we know that it's not very easy, but all of us try to adapt our experience and rhetorical heritage to new circumstances. And I try to present very briefly, from my point of view, what is a virtual rhetoric. Virtual rhetoric includes different kinds of speeches delivered by businessmen, politicians, statesmen, and these speeches are delivered in virtual environments, but more people take part in virtual dialogues, webinars, press conferences, and it's not very easy to prepare participation and to be effective in these dialogical formats in the virtual environments. And live stream established new circumstances in front of speechwriter. how to write speech, how to prepare speech, and how to be effective during the delivering, and how to prepare technically the process of delivering of speech. And I would like to return to Obama's speech, inauguration address in 20 January 2019, and there how to say heterogeneous audiences, people, real audience, and million virtual audiences. And New York Times published videotaped speech, and at the same time everybody can read the text in the same time, combination between video and text in the real time. But some months ago, again 2 January 2021, again an inauguration address. And this is the speech delivered by Joe Biden. I tried to compare both situations using as a criteria audiences. Obama, big real audience, and Joe Biden, smaller real audience, but bigger and bigger virtual audience. But this audience is not homogeneous. Radio and television and social network broadcast these speeches, and speechwriters should prepare the speech incorporated the speech in the big political event. This is PR event. This is ceremony, official communication. And speechwriter should write and prepare the speech as a tool to build the reputation, personal reputation and institutional reputation. And speechwriter should combine rhetorical traditions of presidential rhetoric to new circumstances. And there are a lot of new opportunities, and speechwriters and trainers and speech makers, PRs should very fast adapt this experience and transform to new circumstances. And I would like to continue with very brief citation. Tony Blair, as a prime minister, delivered a speech 14 years ago during the opening event concerning the building of Reuters. And what said the prime minister? In the 1916, the government will sometimes, on the serious issue, have a cabinet that would last 2 days. But now it's not possible to organize the long process concerning the preparing 2 days. It's not possible to organize the team losing a lot of time. It's very, very important to coordinate efforts and to prepare speech under pressure in time. How to prepare messages, how to prepare appeals, how to analyze preliminary the expectation of the audience, how to analyze attitudes of these audiences. And it's not very easy to work under pressure and to analyze all these elements of the audiences. And all of us know the speech delivered by Queen Elizabeth, and this speech was delivered in very complicated political and social situation, and the team used different channels and combine verbal messages with visual messages with multimodal elements and tool. And now, if a speechwriter prefer to be effective, she or he should combine preliminary experience, background, knowledge, and to combine with technical and digital competencies. And I would like to finalize my brief presentation with my position what is rhetoric and oratory. Oratory is multifunctional tool to manifest ideas and to maintain concepts, to discuss significant topics in different audiences. And modern rhetoric tries to convince the audiences of radio, television, internet, social networks, and lead them into the practical effects of our policies. Thank you for attention.
Simon, I think you're on mute there.
This is your microphone.
I was on mute and I was giving you my pearly phrases and none of you could hear them. So anyway, I'm going to return to my theme, which was to thank Ivanka hugely for her piece and to just say that I thought that the comments about pressure and time were really fascinating. Not something I really thought about, the pressure on speechwriting and speechwriting team. I always think of that quotation from Mark Twain when he said, "It usually takes me 2 or 3 weeks to write a good impromptu speech." And no speechwriting team is particularly keen to have a time constraint. And I can only imagine the team around Biden trying to put something together when there was so much constant change around the speech. And I know that Julianne's going to talk about that a little later in her perspective from Australia. So anyway, let's move quickly on. I think we're going to go and ask Steve if he would like to be up now to address that same topic about what future for public speaking. Steve is in New York. He's at Queens in New York, professor of rhetoric there at University in Queens. And it's a great pleasure to have Steve here back with us once again. Steve, thanks very much.
Thank you. Wonderful to be here. If there's any lesson we've gotten from the past year about the importance of speech, is this very simple phrase that we all know, and maybe we don't love, that facts do not speak for themselves. The facts do not speak for themselves. If you doubt me, I recommend you turn on any television news network for about 3 minutes, and you will be convinced that the facts do not speak for themselves. Facts are a starting place, not an ending place. And what that means for public speaking and oratory and rhetoric is that the past is prologue, that the past of public speaking and rhetoric is the future. Instead of thinking in terms of facts, rhetoric encourages us to think in terms of meaning, created jointly, created together in different venues and different relationships over time that changes with time. In my own work, I rely on rhetorical theorist Kenneth Burke quite a bit to get out of this fact and falsehood dichotomy, which is quite unhealthy for trying to move people into new attitudes, into new relationships with information. And Kenneth Burke defined rhetoric as identification. Identification is when you try to make someone or something almost completely like a palimpsest over something else, that you erase any kind of division or gap between those two things to where you are thought of as the thing that you wish you were. Unfortunately, at the same time, identification is compensatory to division. That is, that at any moment when we're trying to identify with some kind of idea, some kind of policy, some kind of belief, some kind of attitude, that we are unknowingly and unintentionally dividing from whatever the audience might think is the opposite of that. And oftentimes what we're trying to identify with comes into lots of tension with how we present ourselves to others, which leads Kenneth Burke to talk about how rhetoric is forever proving opposites, how much that resonates in the time of the global pandemic. We often feel, I think, in the world of rhetoric, that we are forever proving opposites. So besides the idea that facts don't speak for themselves, they need lots of help, and that their starting place, I have 3 points I want to make today in my short presentation of why the future of rhetoric is its past. Pliability, contingency, and democracy. Those are the 3 things I want to cover with you today. Pliability. This is something that is not popular right now in our casual politics or even in our national or international politics. We really like the idea of standing firm on the side of the truth, standing firm on the side of what is factually correct. And I'll bring a quote that I often use in the teaching of rhetoric from Samurai Master Miyamoto Musashi, who in the Book of Five Rings talked about pliability as essential for mastering any confrontation. He encouraged us to look outside after a storm, after a typhoon or any very serious windstorm, and think about what plants are still standing. He says the big trees that have the deepest roots, the big firm oaks, they are shattered, they're broken, they're uprooted. But the grasses and the bamboo survive. Why? Because they are pliable. They can move based on the force of what's against them. And rhetoric, historically, over its thousands of years tradition, Ivanka brought up Aristotle, who's one among many of the founders of what we conceive of as rhetoric in the Western world, coming from Athens. It's not the only understanding of rhetoric, but it's probably the most dominant one globally. That these people were very interested in trying to handle a world that they saw as needing adaptation, needing bendability. And rhetoric encourages us to not be so convicted that we forget that we're dealing with other people, and we need to be able to move and to defend a position that we think is good by being flexible with how we present it, how we talk about it, and how we sustain and how we support it. Contingency. If the pandemic's taught us anything, I would say, I know I keep saying that, but I feel like there's a lot of lessons that have been learned from it, is that we live in a world that even with our best data and our best information and our best approach to it, that world is hopelessly contingent. We're always going to be surprised, and then we're going to be surprised that we're surprised ad infinitum over and over and over again. Contingency is something that the history of rhetoric education has handled quite well up until recently. If you look to the rhetoric education of the Roman schools, these are schools for elite Roman patricians, they're assigning them to speak and argue about the most ridiculous cases. Quintilian, Seneca, there's lots of collections of these cases. These are cases of people who are being ransomed by pirates, the cases of slaves suddenly discovering that they have some rights to property, and having these very privileged people speak about these extreme cases that may or may not ever come up in Roman law. Why are they doing this? Because they recognized, my opinion is that they recognized that you need to be able to defend the principles of the law, the principles of the society you're in the most extreme imagined circumstances, so that you can practice defending them in the circumstances that you're going to encounter in a contingent life, in a contingent world. I think that's an incredibly important lesson, and I would encourage everyone listening to think, if you're involved in higher education or any educational institution, and all education ministries around the world should consider bringing rhetoric back as a centerpiece of a good and basic education for all societies all over the world, because that ability to adapt to contingency is not going to look like, but it's true, but it's a fact, but that's right. These things do not help bring people to ideas and ideas to people, another understanding of rhetoric that comes from rhetorical theory. For my final point in the presentation today, I'll move from the idea of contingency and the need to defend principles in a continuously swirling world around us to the idea of democracy. And we forget the key word in democracy. Rhetoric reminds us of that all the time, which is demos, the people. It's not a factocracy. It's not a truthocracy. There are other kinds of governments for that. But if we value democracy, then we have to value the perspective and the attitudes of people. Kenneth Burke says that once you have figured out someone's motives, that gives you an attitude to have about them. And boy, do we see that in contemporary politics, particularly in the United States, where once someone expresses a particular idea of what they believe in, we say, oh, their motives are, well, they're an idiot and they're no longer worth talking to. This simple act right here, over anything else, is the death of democracy. The unwillingness to engage others in exploring why they hold the opinions that they do. Opinion is everything for democracy, and facts are in play with that. But facts don't get us out of our responsibility for engaging others in meaningful discourse to try to determine if we have the right attitude about them, or even to determine if we have the right set of motives in play. The final thought I'll leave here is I think that all around New York, and I think all around where you live as well, I've seen handmade signs and government-made signs saying, we're all in this together. We're all in this together. And I think that that was kind of a new kind of sentiment and a new sort of call for community and call for standing together in the pandemic. But to rhetoricians, this is a very old call. Wayne Brockreedy wrote an amazing essay in the 1970s defining argument, and he titled it, Where is Argument, Not What is Argument? And I would like to echo that and say, where is rhetoric? You will find rhetoric where people are. You will find rhetoric where people are discussing the contingent world around them. You'll find rhetoric where people are adapting what they believe and hold true and hold very firmly in their minds and hearts with those around them who, for some reason, don't accept it at face value. And I think that the COVID-19 is a really an invitation to return to the rhetorical tradition in the way that we've understood it for thousands and thousands of years. And with that, I'll turn it back over to you, Simon.
Thank you, Steve. That was wonderful. A wonderful piece of just kind of tour de force. And I love going back through Rome and Athens with you. One of the things that strikes me is that before free speech, there was public speaking. You know, we all try to defend free speech, but actually we need to defend public speaking and bring that to the fore. And I just wondered what you've thought for how we might engage and involve people more in speech, and particularly I'm thinking in kind of communities generally. I mean, how do we bring people and to rhetoric or to, you know, just the notion of speech, because it seems to me that that's the best way ultimately to protect public free speech, if you see what I mean. We need to engage people more in speaking.
Yeah, I think it's a great question. I'll tell the story of Bruce Lee, who's the famous film actor and martial arts film actor, who everywhere he went to shoot a movie, he would rent a storefront in a strip mall and create a martial arts studio there where he would invite people and say, you should invite someone you think would enjoy learning here along with us. And by the time the movie would wrap, he'd have this entire kind of school working in this very like unknown kind of location. And then he would leave it there to do its thing. And I've always kind of admired that model in terms of rhetoric. I think it's much, much better than, you know, keeping the best kind of rhetorical training in terms of debate, argument, public speaking, oratory is highly and heavily paywalled in the United States, particularly behind higher education. And I think that's a real shame. I think that the big first step, the begged question here is, how do we get people to value speaking with one another when they don't think the other person is capable of thought? When they don't when they think the other person's political ideas are evidence that they're not capable of thinking. Almost every day I hear someone saying, well, I just don't think people have the intellectual capacity to handle talking about these political issues. We have to figure out how to get away from that first. And I think we need to disconnect this idea that facts are liberatory and that they're going to save us time. Facts make us lazy. They make us extremely lazy because we're like, oh, you don't believe the fact? Well, my work is done. That's not it at all. Historically, that's not it at all. We have to provide the context. We have an ethical responsibility to provide that context. And I think you're exactly right. Training people how to speak well and to speak to one another and practice that is essential for that. And I mean, I'd like to see more broad-based educational initiatives from governments about making that the center of the curriculum. I'm in great admiration of what's going on in the UK right now with Oracy programs. Oracy, yeah. I think that's amazing. We have nothing like that here. I think people just think Americans are born arguing with each other immediately. I don't think people feel like it needs to be trained, but it does need to be trained. It needs to be practiced like literacy or math or or any of these languages that our society is based upon.
Well, fab, Steve. We'll hopefully come back to that offline. But thank you so much, and that was a really wonderful piece. And I think actually it probably sort of segues quite nicely into Harish Natarajan. Harish is a sort of world famous debater. I think he might agree to that. But he's also the co-founder of a new public speaking app or speech app called Polemics, and I'm just sort of fascinated because what it seems to me that the app does is allow both sides of the argument to be pitched and for people to engage with both sides of the argument. So I'd love to hear a bit more about Polemics, which is actually being launched today, and it seems pretty appropriate on World Speech Day that something which allows both sides of the argument should come to the fore. So it'd be lovely to hear a bit about what you do, Harish, and a bit more about what we can get out of something like your app Polemics and what apps can bring to public speaking.
Yeah, well, thank you very much. It's an absolute pleasure to speak to you all today on World Speech Day. I come here, as you said, with two different. One is I spent most of my adult life being involved in competitive debating to some degree or another. And I also come as a representative of Polemic, which, Simon, as you rightly say, is a new social media platform which is launched today to coincide with World Speech Day, with the aim of transforming the way in which people interact and debate online. Is something we hope that all of the people watching and thousands of others will sign up for, because we really think that it can start making a difference. What I want to start with, I guess, is some of the problems we diagnose, which I think are building on a lot of what Steve just talked about, and at least an attempt to how we think we can partially start solving them. And I want to start by a little bit about social media and the way it works right now. Because I think at the heart of social media, when I think about public debate, is a paradox, which is social media at its very best should be so liberating for the kinds of arguments we would be able to have. Partly because you just have so many different people from a variety of backgrounds, in theory, being able to share their opinions. And from across the world, where I think we have much more space for impressive debate and varied debate than we ever did before. But on a structural level, I don't think social media actually allows us to get there. These two problems, which I want to highlight to begin with. The first one of these is social media, which is, I think, particularly in the pandemic age, but it's before that and it's going to continue well after that, is often the forum where we engage in some kind of debate, where we engage in discussions, where we get most of our news and information from. And that's particularly true when you look at younger demographics, but I think it's going to be true for almost everyone in the coming 10 to 15 years at the very most. But we have to think about the structure social media looks like. Partially because we curate our feeds. We decide in Twitter what feeds we want to pay attention to. We decide our friends on Facebook and to some degree on Instagram. You tend to see content which you agree with. So just one side of that argument. And I think this becomes worse, not just because of how we choose our feeds, which to some degree was true in the offline world as well, the friends we decided to talk to. But it's also the structural incentives if you are a technology company. I want to keep your attention, so how do I do it? I show you content that you agree with, or content that you are likely to agree with. And it's my belief that some people want that, but far more people actually do want to hear the other side. Now, maybe that's less true now than it was 5, 10 years ago, but I still think people want to hear the other side, so at least they can think a little bit about it. So I think on the first level, social media has, if anything, polarized us more, and it has the capacity to do so much more than that and actually expand debate and speech rather than contract debate and speech. But second, I think this is where I think what Steve said is really important, is that the tone of how we debate is now far more aggressive and disrespectful than it ever was before. Part of that is because we don't hear both sides of an argument and we hear people agree with us. And at which point it's really easy to go, well, none of my friends believe this. No one in my life believes this. Anyone who disagrees with me must be unreasonable. And I think that first creates an issue of aggression and disrespectful discussion to others. But I also think in the structure of social media, that negative emotion is actually rewarded. So I think there's a feedback loop here. In 2 sentences, you can mock someone for their opinion. You can say, you're utterly mad to believe this thing is true. And having a well-reasoned response, a respectful one, when you try and meet someone halfway, the real world's complicated enough that no one's probably going to be correct about absolutely everything, doesn't get the same kind of response because people often don't read it. And you don't necessarily get those like, your dislike, your hatred responses, which I think people often actually strive for in social media. Be aggressive and people respond. And many of us like the idea of getting responses. And that, I think, is another paradox with social media as to why both of those factors mean that the social media landscape, which is incredibly important for debate, isn't resulting in the kinds of liberating, pro-rhetorical, pro-argument discussions and debates which we ideally would want. So I think the challenge is, can we get people to listen to both sides? And can we get people to engage respectfully together? Now, I think the term people here is obviously a little bit of a misnomer. I think it's about getting at least more people to engage in that kind of discussion and break both the echo chambers and the nature of debate online. So I think here it's worth talking about what we're doing at Polemics and what we hope we can achieve from it. The first step is we have 30-second speech. I think for some of us in an ideal world, when you're a speechwriter, when you're an avid debater, the idea of just saying things in 30 seconds may not feel like enough time. But you can at least get a point across, which I think is very important. And equally important is if we want to get people who are younger involved, if we want to deal with the fact that attention spans are more limited now than they were before, and attention is at a premium in this hypermedia age, you need something relatively short and relatively snappy. The ability to create a 30-second video, which I think lots of people enjoy doing, if you look at the growth of, for instance, of TikTok, is something which can get more young people involved in the idea of arguing. And I think that's the first potential hope we have. The second is that you will see arguments for and as many arguments against. And we think that is at least partially going to be liberalizing, that if you want to see both sides, here's a social media platform which provides it for you. The third part of that is, what are the incentives? And I think, as I suggested before, the incentive of often social media now is to be extreme. The way Polemics differs is, of the content you see, you have 2 options. You can be convinced by it, i.e. you agree with the argument being made, or you can respect it, which is, I don't agree, but I think this is a well-made point. I think you're a very good speaker, without a negative option involved. And content will be prioritized both on the number of people who disagree but respect, and the number of people who you convince. And I actually think that small change perhaps has a big impact, because if you want people to see what you do, if you want to get positive responses, it's about being respectful and about being convincing rather than just being aggressive. And the final part of this is what kind of community we're starting to build. At least to begin with, we have a small community of a few thousand individuals. These include some of the brightest young minds, some young professionals, and we hope that many of you who are at World Speech Day, who like the idea of public speaking, who like the idea of respectful discussion, would be joining us as well. And they're being joined by a group of world leaders. This includes the founder of En Marche, President Macron of France's party. It includes the global president of the New York Times. But we're trying to create a community of bright individuals who are happy to be respectful and are happy to talk about both sides of the argument. It may not be for everyone, but for those of us, like me, and I think like all of the people watching now who are passionate about debate, who love the idea of talking, sharing their opinions, but equally love the idea of listening and finding out why someone believes what they believe and why they believe the opposite for us. I think Polemics is something which is going to be great for them. So as a representative of Polemics, we really hope that we can help at least help start this transformation of debating in the social media age. And we hope all of you are going to sign up with the code, which is now available, and download the app on the App Store. So this is my broad view of where I think the problems are going, and hopefully at least the start of a solution towards mitigating the real issues for public discussion and debate that we currently have within almost every society.
That's fantastic. Thank you so much, Arish. I absolutely love the notion of respect within your app. It feels like it is a game changer, and it's a kind of bedrock of rhetoric, the respect to listen and attempt to understand. And you kind of feel that those guys standing in the sunshine in Athens and the Paniques would have been exercising respect at the beginning of public speaking. So it is going back to the beginning, as Steve said, and bringing in respect into debate and discussion. So it's fascinating. I haven't had the chance yet to play through your app, but I loved your chat. So I'm all up for taking a look as soon as the broadcast closes. Thanks so much, Harish, for being part of this discussion. And I think we'll probably now go to Dr. Dennis Becker, who's the co-founder of the Speech Improvement Company in Boston. I think he's in Florida right now, but anyway, his company is, I think, based in Boston. And I think Dennis is going to talk to us about some of the changes that that technologies have brought around in terms of the changes that Zoom and other kinds of platforms have brought to public speaking and what we need to take on board as a result. So great pleasure to see Dennis here again, and to invite him to say a few words to us this afternoon. Mute.
There we go. Now, can you all hear me now? There we go.
Very good.
Thank you, Simon, and thank you for having me back again this year. I listen, I didn't plan on this, but I am so comfortable and excited about being in the presence of so many other Aristotelians like me. I studied rhetoric and absolutely love the topic and all of the stuff that we're hearing so far. So I'm excited, but I got to get back to my own topics, because what you folks have been saying, Ivanka and Steve so far, Harish, I loved everything that you've said. So perhaps we can talk about it again later. But in the time that I have, I want to talk about three things. I'm going to make three particular points, and I'll try to tie them together and let you know why I'm saying these three things. The first point is one that may surprise everybody. I don't know. There's no such thing as public speaking. Now, whoa, let me back up here a second, because that term's been used more than anything else so far today. There's no such thing as public speaking. Think about it. Every time you talk, you take your thoughts out and you make them public. Every time you talk, it's public. So it's all public speaking. Now, I certainly understand what we mean when public speaking. You're in front of a big group, you're on a stage, you're at a conference, whatever. I get that. It's a very formal concept. I get that. But that's not what it is. Rhetoric and public speaking have become formalized. And that's one of the reasons we don't have more people participating in it. They get too nervous. But people talk all the time. They're public speaking every time they talk. So those of you who are listening, who are a little bit nervous about this thing called public speaking, forget the title. It's you talking. That's all it is. Now, yes, there are some things you can learn. There's a lot of things you can learn. And as Steve was mentioning, there's so many things that have been passed on from Aristotle, our god, but others, Cicero and Quintilian and Plato and Socrates. There's so many other things you can learn. And believe me, it's a good thing to learn about speaking, however you define public speaking, because we've had too many examples of folks who have learned it and used it in very nefarious ways. So we all need to know about it. So that's the first point that I want to make. The second point that I want to make is that we have seen so many changes in the way rhetoric and public speaking have been treated and taught and learned. The company I'm with, that Simon mentioned, the Speech Improvement Company, we're the oldest speech coaching firm in the United States. So we've seen lots of changes and things that have affected us. We have clients around the world. So we've seen all kinds of things that have affected this thing called public speaking. I can remember, I'm old enough to remember when videotape came in. Well, even when I started, it was tape, it was actual tape going around in a circle. It wasn't digital in any way, but when videotape came along, wow, that was really special because you could see the person, how that changed teaching and learning for sure. Then, of course, came along telephones would have cameras in them, and there's been all sorts of changes. And now we have a pandemic. COVID has created another change. Now we're no longer meeting each other and talking with each other in person. You know, the old days when you could shake hands and smile and pat somebody on the shoulder and share a cup of coffee and all of that, it's gone for now and maybe for a long time. So public speaking or speaking with one another is being done like this. You are seeing me in a little screen on your camera. Your camera's there. I'm going to talk about that camera in just a second. But I'm not live with you. You're not live with me. We can see each other, but there's not human dynamic, that interpersonal exchange of communication. It's not happening. So we must learn how to public speak, whatever that means to you, online. And that means there are some things to be learned. And as Steve was mentioning, we can learn a lot. There's a lot to be learned about effective speaking, whether you call it rhetoric or public speaking. There's a lot to be learned about giving speeches and speaking and listening. And so I want to talk on the second point about how we can even be better at it in this new environment called online. Now, some very specific things that I want to share with you. First of all, it's a camera that you're talking to. Now, I notice you'll see when some folks talk, they have a second screen in front of them. So they may be looking at me if I'm listener, and they're looking at me and my face over here on a different screen. So they look like they're talking to me. But as you can see right now, I'm not really talking to you. I'm talking to another screen that looks like me. To talk to me on screen, I have to look into this little yellow dot right here. That's the camera. That's you. Yes, I see you over there. For you to think I'm looking at you, you have to learn how to speak to that little green light on your camera. That's the first thing to learn. That this is where we live with each other, not off screen or someplace else. Let's talk about this screen thing. Now, there's a difference between the screen that you see with me and that your screen that you've seen with other people. There are some guidelines. Now, we all know, look, nobody wants to see your pajamas in the background and your bed's unmade and your coffee cup waiting or your pet or your kids running back and forth. It happens. It's real life. I understand. But to be most effective, you need to have some attention paid to that. Here's a quick pointer. When you are on screen, your eyes should not only be looking at the camera there, but on screen, here's a nice way to know. Your screen, this whole screen here, is divided in 3 parts. 1, 2, 3. Your eyes should be at the line that is the bottom of here's the first part, comes down, comes down, comes down. Here's where your eyes should be. There's the second part, sort of the middle of the screen, and there's the third part. Your eyes should be at that third part, the bottom of that third right there, okay? Now, the other thing to think about is what's called headroom. Headroom. Head, see this space here? This looks like a couple of inches up here. Too often what we see is this. People talking like this. Or we'll see this. The way down here, look at it. No, you can do it, but it's not effective. You want to be effective these days, give yourself appropriate headroom, look into the camera, see how equal the spaces are. You don't want to see a lot of disconnected, annoying things in the background. Make it as clean as possible, as clean and as respectful as you can. All right. The last thing I'll talk about on this issue is sound. Now, I want to demonstrate something to you. Most of us on this segment sound pretty good. There's a difference, though. When you want to sound professional, confident, you want to sound like this. Don't sound like this. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to unplug my microphone. Now, watch what happens to the sound. Listen to what happened.
Hello, Dennis. I think you didn't plug your mic back in. Can you hear me now? No, it's not plugged in yet. It's still not plugged in, I'm afraid. Try it again. Try it again. I think it may be because you unplugged the mic while we were online in the stream, and therefore it's actually disconnected your audio in some way. So if you want to try once more, otherwise I may remove you, and then you could probably try and rejoin the room. Okay. I think we might have lost you, Dennis, but your example was just too good, and it was a great shame because I was loving what you were saying, and I don't know how to get you back. All I know is that I'm breaking most of the rules myself by leaning towards the camera, and my headroom is maxed out already. So I think we'll go on to Eric, and if we can come back to you in a mo, I'll see how that works out.
Now I'm good.
Now you're back.
Now you hear me, right?
Oh yeah.
Don't ask me why. I don't know why, but I know it works. Technology is a wonderful thing, isn't it?
It is. So well, fascinating.
Well, but the point that I'm making, Simon.
Let's finish off with you, Eric. Dennis, let's give you the last section.
Oh. So you stopping me now?
No, you carry on.
All right, thank you very much. Technology is such a wonderful thing. I remember when they sold us on, there's going to be the paperless office, and we'd all be much more productive. But they didn't tell us about this part. So all of these things that I'm sharing with you under the point number 2 that I wanted to share is about this whole thing. You see what can happen. Unplanned things can happen. And people, that's another thing that people fear, which is why they don't want to speak in public, because it feels like it's too scary. I don't know how to do it. What will happen if what goes wrong? Well, things go wrong, so we fix them. That's all. So the whole point of this is that I want you to be thinking about when you're doing public speaking, whatever it is for you, that you are prepared and do the best that you possibly can. Things will go wrong. They happen. It's okay. It's human. That's what we all are. That's the one thing that we have in common. No matter how fancy our microphones and our screens or our set is, we're all human. We're still talking to people, whether it was 3,000 years ago or 3 minutes ago. The one commonality is we're all human. And there are motivators, there are things that we can do to be more effective in speaking and listening with one another. Okay, the third and last point that I want to make is basically a thank you, Simon, for organizing and coordinating this World Speech Day. It's amazing. It's the one thing you notice that I'm aware of in the world, maybe some of you know of something else, that really connects people and puts the emphasis on speaking. It's not on any particular topic. It's not on any particular policy or politic or issue of the day, climate change, or all the more important, the virus. I get all of that. But you are giving people the validity, the value, and the importance of being able to speak your mind. And as I said earlier, it's very important. There's a lot to learn, as Steve was mentioning. There's a lot to learn, and you should learn it. We should be teaching this much more in school, much more at every grade level as far as I'm concerned, but at least every few years we should be teaching children about speaking and listening. We're not doing it, but we should, because as I said earlier, if you don't learn, someone else will. And we've had examples of that throughout history. And I'm not going to cite it and get politically sensitive here, but we all know that there have been people who have learned the skill of public speaking and utilized that skill in very nefarious and sad ways. So it behooves all of us to learn more about it and to value this idea of speaking and listening. So Simon, I want to thank you for making this happen each year. And as long as I can be part of it, I love to be part of it, particularly that I have so many Aristotelian friends around the world. I think that's fantastic. So thank you once again, Simon, and I'll stop here, and I apologize for the technology, but it happens. This is what happens. So thank you all for giving me the chance to speak to and with you. Thank you for listening, and bye for now.
Dennis, thank you. That was wonderful, and I full of admiration for your ability to pick up the baton and continue and win the race. So that was fantastic, and I think it was actually a wonderful example of pliability. You know, that you just go with the breeze, go with the wind, and that was wonderful. And we learned a lot about you know, how we prepare ourselves and how we put ourselves on the screen. And thank you for that. Things that I had not thought of, and things that I'm obviously breaking now. But I will go back and learn from your remarks about how better to.
But you know, Simon, the thing is, Simon, that when things like that happen, problems occur, even before they occur, people are fearful of this whole thing of public speaking and all of that. That's why I want to take the aura away from it. We're all speaking publicly every time that we talk. We need to learn some lessons about, you know, big tent presentations or intimate or different types of speaking. But speaking is a human characteristic. It's the thing that differentiates us from the forest and jungle animals. We all need to be able to do it better, to utilize it, and to value it. So thank you, Simon, for giving us this opportunity.
Well, great. Thank you for the kind remarks, Dennis. And I do know that, you know, thousands of people who probably wouldn't get involved in public speaking do so because of World Speech Day, and schools, universities, and public speaking venues around the world. So it does have a little bit of an impact. It's easy to think of it as too grand, but it does have a bit of an impact. So I continue to feel that it's worthwhile. And I'd like to ask Eric. I think Tom has technical difficulties joining us, so I'd like to ask Eric to speak now. Eric is a university professor in Åland, I think it is. It's a small island just off Finland, and he is a specialist in visual rhetoric. So I hope that Eric's going to bring along some Bob Dylan type cards and take his way through it with us. And thank you, Eric, for being so patient and for joining us. And I'm really looking forward to hearing a bit about visual rhetoric.
Well, thank you, Simon, and thanks to all the rest of you who have spoken so far. I have not been impatient at all. I have very much enjoyed listening to you. I'll tell you where I come from. I teach students who are not particularly interested in rhetoric, and it's a professional training university where people learn the trades of the sea and tourism, etc. So I know what short attention span means, not being sort of extremely good at listening for a long time to teachers who have a lot of clever things to say, using a lot of fancy words. So I'm going to use my Bob Dylan style today too, like I did last year. And I will think back now on the year that has passed since we met last time. My belief is that we have all changed quite a lot. So my theme here is this. How does the feeling of proximity affect your communication? And rather, the general isolation or deprivation that we have suffered, how does that change our communication? My idea is that we have actually started to like this much more in a year, this Zoom age type of communication. And that is something that surprises me, because I must say, now that I haven't seen people so much, then I feel closer to people now. I don't know, that's the receiving end. But when I want to deliver something here in this, through this medium, then I need to think about the challenges that we still have here. And these are, of course, the well-known words that everybody knows. The rituals is what we do. Ethos is who we are or who we appear to be. Pathos is what we make people feel. I mean, truly feel. Boredom is quite often the case in education. And the kairos, by that I mean, why now is the right time to talk about what we're talking about. And I'm going to concentrate on distances. And physical, hierarchical distances, cultural, and style differences. And then I mean, we should reduce the distances, but we should also reuse and recycle the tricks that rhetoric has taught us. So we're talking about getting close, right? And Dennis advised us not to cut off our foreheads like this. And we should definitely look into the camera, although we don't actually see us. And we should remove our glasses like the doctor does when he wants to tell us something really awful about our diagnosis. We are used to managing distances from our regular life too. Many people do that like this, you know, they put on these. And why is that? Well, there are maybe as many reasons as there are people, but one thing is that we actually reduce the closeness there. We add distance, and that feels comfortable. So we should definitely be able to change the distance according to what the situation requires. Rhetoric gives us a toolbox of many things that we can use. I was thinking of a hierarchy too. If I look at you like this, then let's see now what's happening here. Then maybe I feel a bit more like I look down at you when we speak. Often the case is like this, that you see into people's noses and they sort of look up to you. It does add some kind of feeling of hierarchical difference, I think. Then of course, cultural distance, that might be how strange do we actually feel, or not strange. And then the style can be something that makes people feel at home or not at all, of course. So we have the face here, sorry, that's it. And we have our eyes, I covered that. And we have the context too. I wanted to show you my wooden horse here. It's in the background. I think, when we see people online, we often start to think about what is it that we have in the background. I was going to ask Harish if it was a vacuum cleaner, or was it maybe something that he used for exercises. And this wooden horse, I really like it a lot because my dad sat on it in the 30s when he was 5 years old. He got it as a present, and I still have it here. And I don't know, this might feel like something that doesn't really have anything to do with what I should be saying, but I think we are our context also. Is some of you mentioned the context there. And also I wanted to mention the voice, of course. Then we have a close, like I think Dennis was very good at that. And of course, not being scared of silence is fantastic. Slowing down and contemplate. I was told, or I saw a video with a good actor. He mentioned that we should actually hold our breath if we make a pause, because that intensifies our presence in this medium. So furthermore, then psychological closeness. It is something that we can enhance by small talk, team building activities before we actually say what we want to say. It is the difference between selling something in a cold cold call or actually warming up your client first before you make your pitch. Yeah, I think I also wanted to show you this transactional analysis what is it, scheme or design here, where it is emphasized that if we want to talk to people, we should talk on an equal basis. And I think Dennis said that when we should have our eyes in the right level, etc. As a teacher, then, I'm interested in cybernetics, that is to control processes at a distance, and I want to be able to do that. I just saw this. It was kind of online course, why educators should appear on screen for instructional videos. Many teachers don't do that. They miss this whole face thing. As you know, Facebook is a big success. Why is that? Well, it is obviously because people need faces to connect, to listen. And I wanted to return to the humanity at the crossroads. Now, we're not going to go back to the normal that was before, obviously. Today is the time when we have learned many, many things, and now we can use these, and we have a fantastic opportunity because I'm talking to you it's just as awkward to talk to you as it is to talk to my own students in my hometown. So we have sort of burst open the boundaries, that we are truly a global society now. And if we can make people listen to each other and to us, then the communication can really, really change things. And I think we need to use visual help to do that, to involve many, many things that are seen, not just the words. So that was my message this year. I hope to be seeing you next year and in the years to come. Thank you. Am I the only one who can be heard now? Because I can't hear any one of you.
Sorry, that was me being. But I was just saying we're not going to let you off that lightly, Eric. We'll continue to have your unique style on Rhetoric Remix, and it was fabulous to see the keyboards out and so much fascinating comment about proximity. And,
yes, I wanted to finish with this one. Sorry.
Yeah.
This is the mic drop by Obama. We all admire him, and I would include that under the heading rituals. Then, if you start with the right rituals and end with the right rituals, according to what I've learned about rhetoric, then this is really what's going to drive home the message. And he has showed how to do it. Maybe it wasn't his idea, but he really, really knew how to use that in a fantastic way. Well, sorry. Now I'm going to stop. Thank you.
Thanks, Eric. I'm sufficiently ignorant that I don't know the story behind the mic drop.
Oh.
Yeah, did he do that in a speech and just drop it to open up the audience, or what was the context?
It was probably a question of his style, which is very appealing to many, and his ethos. And of course, it is something that appeals to young people, because obviously the mic is going to be destroyed, probably. So it is like a careless attitude, which appeals to many, unfortunately. I hope they had something soft there under, so it wouldn't be ruined. But,
well, the idea is also that I've said what I've gonna said, folks. You notice he has his lips here. I've said it. I'm done. Boom. Yeah. I'm out of here. I have no more to say.
It feels cool. A bit like, it feels to me a bit like a rock star burning their guitar on stage. You know, I mean, talk about somebody who lives and dies by the mic, but is prepared to. Anyway, fascinating. I'll look that up. I liked your comments about globalism and increased globalism. One of the things I found absolutely fascinating over the past couple of days is that it is relatively easy to bring together people from all over the world on extended timeframes and to get a global community. And that's something that I think has really changed. This time last year when we were involved in Rhetoric Remix, it was not unusual, but it certainly wasn't common. Now we all are quite used to being connected, globally connected, and making comments and speeches. So that, for me, has had a profound effect on our outlook, I think. And sorry, Dennis, you wanted to say something?
Yeah, I just wanted to make a suggestion and actually a request, if you others don't mind. It would be really helpful to continue this kind of a thing if, Simon, if you wouldn't mind sharing email connections or contact information with the rest of us about the rest of us, so that we could be in continued communication after today.
Of course I will. Yes, I'll do a round robin.
Good idea. Thank you.
May I ask something?
Yes.
I would like to add that I'm the editor-in-chief of Rhetoric and Communications Journal. I write to Simon, and I have a proposal to present as a good practices the World Speech Day, and I will send you personal invitation to write paper and publish in this online journal. Journal has 10 years history ago, and 500 articles are published in English, and it will be, how to say, good idea concerning sustainability and dissemination and how to say, research and practical networks in the future, because this is the idea to establish and continue to work in the future.
The more we do it, the better. That's a great idea, Ivanka. Thank you.
Well, I'll put that as part of the email that I sent out afterwards.
Yeah.
But you know that I'm keen to take part, and it's very, it's a very kind invitation to me to contribute to your online journal. So I will definitely do that.
And as you probably know, even in Bulgaria, the term rhetoric, well, in Western world anyway, has been bastardized in some way. It's a bad word to say, oh, that's just rhetoric. No, that's not even rhetoric. So the more we can straighten that out and maybe bring rhetoric back to one of the original liberal arts, I mean, I'm all in favor of it.
Yeah.
Great. Well, I've got just one last treat, which is a recording of Julianne Stewart from Sydney in Australia. Julianne very kindly recorded this a couple of days ago, but I'm going to play it in live now. Julianne is a speechwriter. She's been a speechwriter to 4 Australian prime ministers, and she's had a whole life really in writing and speech writing, and she's got some fascinating things to talk about in terms of the way that speeches have had to adapt, because no longer can we as professionals in speech writing prepare someone to give a presentation in front of 500 people and then ask them to do the same on Zoom, because it just doesn't work. She's got some fascinating insights on the fact that it's just now, it's a one-to-one conversation. Speech making is one-to-one, and all the changes that brings. So I'm going to beg your indulgence. I'm going to play the piece in if I can master the technology, and I hope you'll enjoy it. Thanks very much, and I'll just try and bring it up to full screen.
Hello, I'm Julianne Stewart. I'm coming to you from Sydney, Australia. Didn't sort of see that little white pointy building over there on the harbour. Might have given it away. Thank you to Simon for inviting me to speak with you today. Happy World Speech Day. yeah, my background, I started off in television script writing on dramas. And who would have thought that that would be a great grounding for writing for politicians? But it was. You know, probably should have guessed. Drama and politics go hand in hand. But yeah, for the last 16 years, I have been very fortunate that I have worked where speeches are really valued, and I have worked in dedicated speech writing roles. So I'm talking to you today from a very practical perspective about how speeches have changed over this last year of the pandemic in a practical sense, and the opportunity it actually gives us as speechwriters, and particularly in the context of the theme of World Speech Day, which is humanity at a crossroads. But let's talk about the practical side just briefly. You know, you're sitting probably in your lounge room or in a study by yourself. I'm sitting in my study by myself. So it's the online platform doesn't really lend itself to the real formal speech giving. I think we all tried to keep doing it at the beginning of the pandemic, and we found it wasn't really working. And so for me personally, my speaker has gone more into panel discussions or very short presentations, and we've gone back to a reliance on PowerPoint. So yeah, it's changed. You know, it'd be like me standing up here. You know, it'd be the same if you went into a room of two people and stood at a podium and said, "Good evening, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen." You know, it doesn't work. You've got to just speak in a very informal manner these days. Maybe we'll get back to 500-person auditoriums one day, but it's a long way off. In terms of language, I think things have really changed too, and I think it's for the better. And it's because the pandemic has been such a leveler. We all now have a world that is experiencing the pandemic. Everybody is experiencing the impact of the pandemic to differing degrees, of course. But we've all had some sense of loss, whether, you know, it's the ultimate loss of a family member, and it could be from COVID or what we've had a lot of where I am, because there's a lot of people who come to work on the University of New South Wales, and we have a lot of international academics and a lot of international students, not as many international students as we used to have, but people who have lost loved ones in another country and they can't get to them. So there's a sense of loss. It could be, as I said, it could be people that you have lost. It could be the loss of a job. It could be the loss of connection with family and friends, or the loss of freedom from being in lockdown. And what that's done is it's actually made people talk about their feelings a lot more, about, you know, they might be fearful, they might be sad, they might be angry, they might be lonely, or even, you know, if they've had a reunion, joyous. But then I think people are more in touch with their feelings, and that's where the opportunity is for us as speechwriters, is, you know, when we write a speech, the first thing we ask is, who is the audience? Because you want to connect with them. And now our speakers, you know, they know when they walk into a room from now on, or if they're talking to people online, everybody can relate to everybody else's feelings about the pandemic. And it means that there's a facade taken down, or a barrier that is quite often there between the speaker and the audience, because the speakers can speak on a much more personal level now. And I think that is one of the best things that could happen for us as speechwriters, because what we have a chance to do now is influence. It might only be a small gathering, but whatever that sphere of influence is, if we can inject empathy into our speeches, we might go some way to uniting people and saying to people, we've all had a common experience, and we have common ground. Because I think one of the things that has hastened the problems with humanity and brought us to the crossroads is that our society was so divided, and we'd become mean. We'd become a mean society, I think. We weren't terribly worried about other people. You know, we were worried about how things affected us. And unless you're completely heartless, you had to be touched by the suffering of people during the pandemic. And, you know, and it's not over yet. So I think what would be a great message to take away is for speechwriters to go forward and inject lots of empathy into their speeches, because it comes from a real place of authenticity now. It comes from a place of this shared experience. And if I could give you an example of what I mean about this need at the moment for authenticity, if you look at US politics, which again, it's a common theme. I won't talk about Australian politics because and not a lot of people know about Australian politics overseas, I don't think, except that we change prime ministers a lot. But in the US, you know, Obama, I think every speechwriter I knew would have given anything for Obama to deliver one of our speeches, because his delivery was so good, you know, and you'd think, oh, he's not going to butcher my beautiful words like the speaker I've got at the moment. And believe me, there are a few Australian prime ministers who could really butcher a speech. And then we went to Donald Trump. And I'm not talking politics at all here with Obama or Donald Trump. But his style was such a stark contrast to Obama, who had that very formal, poetic style of speaking, soaring rhetoric, used a lot of devices that we know to use in speeches and used them extremely well. Then Trump came along and it was, some would say crass, some would say straight down the line, but it was authentic and it was him, except when he was reading off an auto cue, and then it was. And then Biden came along, and I saw a lot of discussion about his inaugural speech, not quite as grand as people had wanted. And I thought, no, it was perfect because, and you've got to look at the context. They had probably written a lot of drafts of it, and then the insurrection happened, and then they probably had to start again. So his speech was a little bit raw, but it was authentic. And I think when people are as exhausted as the American people are now, you don't have the headspace to, poetry can take a little bit of time to process. People just want clear messages, very accessible language. They want to know how this person is going to help me. And I think Biden's speech did that. So that's it. Yes, we've had a lot of changes as far as speeches are concerned, but it's a great opportunity for speechwriters. It's an opportunity for us to use our words to go out and give the world a bit of a hug. So, yeah, I would love to see everybody just being their authentic selves, or their speakers' authentic selves, and getting out there and using their language to bring a bit of unity. So thank you very much. You can find me on LinkedIn. Yeah, let's hope that we meet again sometime. Have a great World Speech Day. Bye.
La Agenda 2030 es un programa de acción firmado en septiembre de 2000 por los gobiernos de los 193 países miembros de la ONU. Contiene 17 objetivos de desarrollo sostenible, también llamados objetivos. Objetivos número 1. Derrotar la pobreza. Para 2030, los países de la ONU se han comprometido a respetar este objetivo. De hecho, han decidido para 2030 la pobreza. En el mundo se erradica el objetivo número 12. Vencer el hambre. Este objetivo quiere combatir el hambre. De hecho, no es necesario comprar alimentos ya hechos, pero sería mejor comprar tierra por cultivar su propia comida, preferiblemente sin productos farmacia. Objetivo número 3. Salud y bienestar. Tratar de reducir las enfermedades causadas por la contaminación y aumentar los hospitales, incluso en los países más pobres. Objetivo número 14. Preservar la vida bajo el agua. Aunque no sea tan importante como los anteriores, yo prefiero a todos los demás porque además de cuidar de nuestra salud, también debemos cuidarla de los otros animales que pueblan este planeta. Objetivo número 17. Asociación para los objetivos. En mi opinión, otro objetivo muy importante es este, porque quiere señalar que además de hacer todos los objetivos para el planeta, también debemos colaborar y esto, en mi opinión, es lo que importa. Ahora te lo diré in italiano. L'Agenda 2030 è un programma d'azione firmato nel settembre 2015 dai governi dei 193 paesi membri dell'ONU. Essa racchiude 17 obiettivi per lo sviluppo sostenibile, detti anche goals. Obiettivo numero 1. Sconfiggere la povertà. Per il 2030 i paesi dell'ONU si sono impegnati a rispettare questo goal. Infatti hanno deciso che entro il 2030 la povertà nel mondo sarà
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for joining us this evening. My name is Keturam Tonga. Some of you may know me as the African Queen. Thank you so much for World Speech Day Zambia for having me. I'm your host this evening, and we're going to have a wonderful, wonderful time. But before we get into our first speech for the evening, please help me welcome our country coordinator, Evita Jere, who is going to share the theme for World Speech Day Zambia.
World Speech Day aims to celebrate speech making and its power to
La Agenda 2030 es un programa de acción firmado en septiembre de 2000 por los gobiernos de los 193 países miembros de la ONU. Contiene 17 objetivos de desarrollo sostenible, también llamados objetivos. Objetivos número 1. Derrotar la pobreza. Para 2030, los países de la ONU se han comprometido a respetar este objetivo. De hecho, han decidido para 2030 la pobreza. En el mundo se erradica el objetivo número 12. Vencer el hambre. Este objetivo quiere combatir el hambre. De hecho, no es necesario comprar alimentos ya hechos, pero sería mejor comprar tierra por cultivar su propia comida, preferibilmente sin productos farmacia. Objetivo número 3. Salud y bienestar. Tratar de reducir las enfermedades causadas por la contaminación y aumentar los hospitales, incluso en los países más pobres. Objetivo número 14. Preservar la vida bajo el agua. Aunque no sea tan importante como los anteriores, yo prefiero a todos los demás porque además de cuidar de nuestra salud, también debemos cuidarla de los otros animales que pueblan este planeta. Objetivo número 17. Asociación para los objetivos. En mi opinión, otro objetivo muy importante es este, porque quiere señalar que además de ser todos los objetivos para el planeta, también debemos colaborar, y esto, en mi opinión, es lo que importa. Ahora te lo diré in italiano. L'Agenda 2030 è un programma d'azione firmato nel settembre 2015 dai governi dei 193 paesi membri dell'ONU. Essa racchiude 17 obiettivi per lo sviluppo sostenibile, detti anche goals. Obiettivo numero 1. Sconfiggere la povertà. Per il 2030 i paesi dell'ONU si sono impegnati a rispettare questo goal. Infatti hanno deciso che entro il 2030 la povertà nel mondo sarà sradicata. Obiettivo numero 2. Sconfiggere la fame. Questo obiettivo vuole combattere la fame. Infatti non si devono comprare dei cibi già fatti, ma se è meglio comprarsi delle terre per coltivarsi il cibo da soli, preferibilmente senza prodotti chimici. Obiettivo numero 3. Salute e benessere. Provare a ridurre le malattie dovute dall'inquinamento e aumentare gli ospedali anche nei paesi più poveri. Obiettivo numero 14. Preservare la vita sott'acqua. Anche se non è importante come i precedenti, io lo preferisco rispetto a tutti gli altri perché oltre a curare la nostra salute, dovremmo curarla anche agli animali che popolano questo pianeta. Obiettivo numero 17. Partnership per gli obiettivi. Secondo me è un altro obiettivo molto importante. Un altro è questo, perché vuole far notare che oltre a fare tutti gli obiettivi.
Oggi voglio parlarvi di parità di genere. Con parità di genere si intende il diritto di ogni persona di non essere discriminato per il proprio sesso, cioè di essere libero di fare le proprie scelte, indipendentemente dal fatto che sia maschio o femmina. E si parla di scelte di ogni tipo, sia che si parli di lavoro, di gioco o di sport. Di questi argomenti si deve iniziare a parlarne già da bambini, perché i pregiudizi nascono già da appena nati. Dai vestiti che ci fanno indossare, dai giochi che ci regalano o lo sport che ci fanno praticare. Le bambine sono sempre vestite di rosa, eppure fino a 100 anni fa a nessuno sarebbe venuto in mente che il rosa fosse un colore da femmine. Semmai si credeva il contrario. Le bambine ricevono pentoline per giocare, eppure anche i maschi cucinano. I cuochi più famosi sono uomini. Solo pochi bambini praticano danza e pattinaggio artistico, anche se i balletti più famosi prevedono anche ballerini e nel pattinaggio artistico alle Olimpiadi Partecipano maschi, femmine e coppie maschio e femmina. Da bambini soprattutto ci raccontano sempre delle storie dove la povera principessa viene salvata da un valoroso principe. E non capita mai il contrario, dove un povero ragazzo che lava i pavimenti e cucina stira viene salvato da una ricca e bella principessa. Queste storie, come quella di Cenerentola, Biancaneve o La Bella Addormentata, sono state scritte molti anni fa e rispecchiano ciò che accadeva nella società di quel tempo, quando alle donne non era consentito di fare tante cose, facevano solo lavori umili e non potevano studiare. L'unico modo per essere felici era sposare un principe. Per fortuna adesso le cose stanno cambiando, almeno qui in Europa, dove le donne hanno maggiori possibilità di studiare e scegliere il lavoro che le piace. Oggi ci sono molte donne medico, politico o militare. Anche le storie per bambini sono cambiate, ad esempio è famosa la storia di Ribelle, dove la protagonista, Merida, è più abile di tutti i principi pretendenti all'andare a cavallo e tirare con l'arco. Rifiuta di sposarsi e vuole vivere come i propri fratelli, libera. Uno dei miei cartoni preferiti, che rappresenta appieno il significato di parità di genere, è Shira e le principesse guerriere. In questa serie, a salvare la situazione sono le principesse, che possono essere gentili e delicate come Perfiuma o forti e violente come Mermista. Anche gli uomini possono essere dei mollaccioni come Bo o avventurieri come Falco del Mare. Un altro caso da citare è il film di Frozen, dove la protagonista è una principessa nata un po' diversa, ma per paura di non essere accettata, nasconde a tutti la sua vera natura. Quando alla fine decide di rivelare a tutti la propria natura, diventa una regina, non si sposa e comunque tutti vissero felici e contenti, ugualmente. Questa storia, secondo me, fa pensare a cosa accade agli omosessuali, che spesso per paura del giudizio degli altri e per paura di non essere accettati, nascondono i loro sentimenti e vivono una vita infelice, fino a quando non decidono di accettare la loro natura e vivere apertamente con quello che preferiscono. La parità di genere è un tema che riguarda anche loro, che devono avere il diritto di amare chi vogliono e come vogliono. In conclusione, mi auguro che in futuro non ci siano più tanti pregiudizi come in passato. I pregiudizi si formano da bambini, come la paura del buio e del malocchio, e una volta formati sono difficilissimi da togliere anche da adulti. E per questo spero che ci siano sempre più film e storie come Frozen e Shira che riescano a migliorare il nostro mondo.
When was the last time you have asked yourself a question starting with why? Why did I choose to do that? Have you ever asked yourself? Have you ever searched for a meaning behind a choice done by you? Have you ever looked behind the seat of your mind, seeking for a reason for having made that choice? Now, let me ask you another question. Have you ever asked yourself, why did I choose to do that job? Has this question ever crossed your mind? Maybe not. So I want all of you to take one moment to think about it. Why did you choose to do that job? Was it because you like it? Was it because you find it interesting? Or was it because somebody told you to do it? I have heard too many times my family, the friends of my family, and the people around me saying that they don't like what they do or complaining about their day at work. And I'm sure that most part of you can relate to all of this. Now answer this. What is the meaning of living a life where you just get to do what you don't like to do, not for days, not for months, but for years? Is there even a meaning for doing it?
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for joining us this evening. My name is Keturam Tonga. Some of you may know me as the African Queen. Thank you so much for World Speech Day Zambia for having me. I'm your host this evening, and we're going to have a wonderful, wonderful time. But before we get into our first speech for the evening, please help me welcome our country coordinator, Evita Jere, who's going to share the theme for World Speech Day Zambia.
World Speech Day aims to celebrate speech making and its power to actually impact change. So when the founder of World Speech Day Global, Mr. Simon Gibson, reached out to me, he basically wanted to promote speech making across the globe. And I thought, oh, okay, good thing for us to do. And hence, here we are celebrating World Speech Day here in Zambia. So the theme for this year was set towards the end of last year. And I think 2020 was riddled with a lot of uncertainty for a lot of people with Corona and whatnot coming on. And people thought, okay, humanity at a crossroads, because everyone didn't know which direction to take. So in inviting our speakers here, we're kind of feeling like, personally, which direction do you feel, even as a country and as humanity generally, that we need to go? Because everyone stood still. The world stood still. Systems broke. And so now what we have is a chance to rebuild. So in the fact that we're rebuilding, what is it that we're trying to create? So I'm very excited about tonight, and I'm excited to hear what our speakers, or in fact the trip they will take us through with their speeches. With that, I'd like to welcome everybody, and I do hope you have a good time.
There's a great balance of beautiful minds in the room, and it's such an honor for me to be a part of this event. So thank you so much to Evita for having me aboard. The next speaker this evening has quite the profile, and I'm very excited to hear what he will be speaking on this evening. We have Mr. Chilufya Tayali, who is our second speaker this evening. Mr. Tayali is an advocate, but uses politics as a means to fight for the vulnerable, disadvantaged, and unjustly treated people. So he will be our second speaker this evening. Mr. Tayali.
When I thought about the title, Humans on Crossroads, and immediately what came into my mind, I don't know if it's because I was sitting next to my wife, was about family. For me, family is something that I'm very, very passionate about. And today, we hear of so many people that are skeptical about families, especially young people that are thinking of whether they should get married or they shouldn't, or they should marry, and so on and so forth. And they hear so many things. There's so many stories about, families. A lot of people are very skeptical. And this, I think we would agree that it is not something that has always been like that. In the past, people appreciated families. In the past, people looked forward to be part of a family. It was a richness to be part of a family. Maturity came with a family. But today, people are thinking twice. We even have a situation where people are living together. They have been living together for years. And they say, no, we are not yet ready. But you are living together. and you are just scared to come before the altar or before people and say, we are married. This is something that we need to look at as the world, because families are very important. Families are not just an accident. It is something that is ordained by God. I don't want to be a preacher here. I mean, Dr. Mwambazi know these things better than myself. But whichever way, wherever you're coming from, be it from a theological point of view, from a scientific point of view, without family, we cease to exist. So why are we running away from entering into family? There are a lot of issues that we can point at these days. Because these days, of course, with the changing of the new technology that has come up, many things have come up, and people are focusing on these things that have come, things which are not part of their nature. They look, before they think of the family, they think of the economic value. They think of, I mean, what am I going to get, and so on and so forth. And of course, the challenges that come in there. One of the big issues that is there, these days, families are failing to be together. They are failing to be together. Their friends, their spouses have become social media, cell phones, and this is creating a big problem. So from my point of view, I really think that we need to re-look at our lives. How can we embrace the new technological world with the beauties that it has brought, and yet remain who we are as human beings, who are supposed to love, who are supposed to, relate with one another? How can we do that? Are we going to continue on our phones? Are we going to continue on TV? Are we going to continue moving around the world, even if there is corona? This is something that we need to think about, but I would want to conclude by saying that we need the family, and without family, we cease to exist. Love is still out there. All we need is to commit ourselves like I'm committed to my wife. Thank you very much.
I'm always happy to see this lady. I've interviewed her, I think twice, and it's always an honor to be around her. So please welcome to the stage Mwaba Ngenda, who is a multi-award winning professional finance educator and your go-to resource for face-to-face digital and financial education and guidance. Mwaba?
As a society, we have historically struggled to agree on countless of issues, and this is human nature, right? However, one of the few things that we all seem to agree on, at least those of us that live in a capitalist economies, is the importance of prudent money management when it comes to wealth accumulation. So whether you are a student, you are a consultant, you are a business owner, you are in full-time employment, or whatever it is that you do economically, maybe you're in between jobs, it is important for you to learn how to manage your money. So this should be a priority. So the significance of financial literacy lies in its ability to seep into every aspect of our lives. So this is whether you intend for it to or not. In a capitalist world, maximizing your earnings could mean the difference between growing your net worth or watching it erode by ordinary economic factors such as inflation. The COVID-19 pandemic and other global crises have combined to place humanity at a crossroads. Several businesses have gone under and many people have lost their jobs. Economies all over the world are cracking under the strain of the prevailing conditions. So while there's very little an average human being can do right now, the issue is that if we are to emerge victorious out of all this, we need to manage our money prudently, and all this culminates into how we manage our day-to-day spending habits. Everyone's personal financial situation is unique, but across the spectrum, there are some common qualities that nearly everyone's financial plan ought to have. So today we're going to look at two things, or I'm going to give two tips that every person or every individual should really think about when it comes to managing their money. So the first is earn more than you spend and invest the difference wisely. Thank you. The second thing is develop simple daily habits that result into wealth accumulation. So these two principles have been taught over centuries and by numerous authorities, including Benjamin Franklin, and they remain effective to this day. The first point summarizes how to manage your personal finances as they can grow your assets, right? To highlight the importance of creating positive cash flow, it highlights the importance of creating positive cash flow and cash flow so that you can invest and produce additional positive cash flow. It is composed of three separate yet connected ideas to form a single concept. And these three ideas are spend less than you earn, increase your earnings, and invest wisely. So the second point, which is develop simple daily habits to result in wealth accumulation, highlights the importance of taking consistent action towards achieving financial wellness. The truth is most of us know what we need to do, and we plan on getting started someday, right? But there's always other competing priorities. So this could be your car breaks down, a family member needs assistance, and you're never really getting started on your process to build or accumulate wealth. The distinguishing characteristic of people who achieve financial wellness is that they have good money habits. Habits cause actions, and actions produce results. It's a simple cause and effect. It's one thing to know what to do, and it's entirely another thing to do it, right? Actions is where rubber meets the road, and that's why habits are so critical. An example of a habit, so I'll give two examples. One habit is where you have to invest an amount of money consistently on a month-by-month basis. So this habit would then compound your wealth over time, and you'd be on your way to accumulating wealth. Another habit worth developing would be to invest in yourself. So this is training or continuously educating yourself in whatever field that you are in. So what this would do over time is that it increases your earning potential. So this is the point that I alluded to earlier of increase your earnings. So your saving or your investing is limited to how much you earn. So you can want to save or invest $1 million kwacha today, but if you don't have it, it's not going to happen. In conclusion, you do not have to earn the most or be the smartest to achieve financial wellness. You just have to adopt good money habits. So if you're seeking to do better with your finances today, think about the two tips that I have just given, study them, and see how they fit into your personal relationship with your money. So thank you again for listening to me and inviting me today. I really appreciate it.
One of Zambia's finest gospel artists. He's laughing, but he knows it's true. So he is a musician, comedian, family guy, you know. So please welcome to the stage Mr. Ebo Chungumsuka.
You know, I'm reminded of the first time that I had ever seen a lion in my life. I was a kid, and I was on a school trip. I was in New York. I was at a school called Our Lady of Fatima, and my mom had volunteered to be one of the chaperones. So we went to a circus. My mind was blown away because I saw a lion doing all sorts of tricks. He was jumping through hoops, he was jumping through fire. And I was like, wow, that's a lion. I couldn't believe it. As a kid, I was mesmerized. It's funny that that image is still kind of blurry, but I still kind of remember it. The second time, we moved back to Zambia, and we had gone to Mundawanga. And then we saw a lion again. This time I saw it, a bit of an adult, you know, and that was the closest I'd ever come because it was just like two fences, double fence. This is before the lion started escaping. And I could see the detail on the lion's face. It was really close to it. And I said, wow, you know, I took the time to look at it. And even though it was right there in front of me, it was funny that I was more impressed than I was afraid. The third time, I remember seeing a lion. I was on my honeymoon. We'd gone to this place in Kafue National Park, and they told us there was lions there. And we had one nice scary incident with a hippopotamus. I'll tell you about that another time. But I remember we kept on asking, when are we going to see the lions? They're like, no, they're somewhere around here. When are we going to see the lions? And they said, they're somewhere around here. And on the last day, we're in that back of the van. We're going back to Lusaka. And out of the bush comes out this young lion with its mane. It looked like, you know that scene from Lion King, Hakuna Matata, when it's partially grown at the back? Yeah, that was the way the lion looked like. I saw this lion as if I'd never seen a lion before. Every hair on the back of my head was standing up. I was scared out of my mind. I started seeing if the guy in front of me, I was mesmerized, as I was before. But something about this incident was very different. I was looking at the guy in front of me and thinking, is that gun loaded? Because if anything goes down here, this is going to be the last time I ever want to see a lion. And I had to ask myself now, what was the difference between the way I saw the lions in the other two moments and the way I saw the lion now? See, that's the thing about us that we have to understand, is that we are one of the three lions. You're either the lion that's in a circus. You've been trained to do all the right things. You've been taught you can do it exactly down to the T. But no one's ever really scared that you're going to do anything different. Because everything that you've been programmed to do, someone gave you on a template or told you how to do it, and there's nothing else that you're able to offer. You're exciting, you're impressive, but you're not free. And then there's a lion that's behind the cage that we're very used to seeing every single day. There are people that are not significant because they're kind of like behind a cage. You drive by them every single day. Maybe you see them in the office, but because they add no significance or they don't stand out, they're kind of like living in a cage. They're the people that we mentally place in our minds and say, well, this person should be this and that person should be that. And if they move out of that little position, then we kind of get scared. And you know why? Because people who move out of a position that has been put for them are the ones that shake us up. They're the lions that I saw in that bush. You see, the thing is, you were never meant to make people feel comfortable. That's not your job. You are meant to be a lion. See, the thing about society today is that there's a lot of people who are living behind cages, who are living in circuses, and we don't know what to do with them. The moment we see them, we want to tame them. They could be a lion roaming free and living to the fullest of their potential. You can have a guy who could be Elon Musk, but someone is using him to fix their computer or come to my office and they show me how to use Word, and then they send them back down to the basement. We're missing out on potential of great young people because we are afraid, because we don't know what to do with them. I know a bit about that. She introduced me as a gospel artist. Funny enough, I've been serving my church for like a long time. I've been in my church as a member for a long time, but I've never, ever signed up to be in the choir. And people would always ask me, why don't you sing in the choir? But you sing. And I ask myself, do I have to? You see, when you decide to start making moves and steps in your life, it begins to make people fearful. Because the thing that people fear most is rejection. No one wants to be rejected. Acceptance is one of our biggest desires because it makes us feel safe. But the question is, are you here for acceptance or are you here to step out? if humanity is going to make great strides, we need to have to come to terms with that we can't control everything around us, and we can't control everyone around us. We can't manipulate every decision or every opinion to our favor. There are people who are going to be free thinkers, and their opinions are not going to align with yours, but they have to exist. People have to live to the fullest of who they were meant to be. You see, I'm sure if the three lions ever met, the lion who lives in the circus would fear for the one in the bush, because he's like, where are you going? You might get whipped. The lion in the jungle has never been whipped, so he doesn't know anything about that. And then the one behind the cage would say, where are you going? You're going to miss out on free lunch. Who's going to feed you? But then the lion in the bush will only have one response: I'll hunt. Thank you.
Our next speaker this evening is Faith Prosperina Piri Mutombo, who is a marketing, communications, and public relations expert. She's also a writer and an entrepreneur. Please welcome Faith.
What I'm here to talk about is something that I am very passionate about, something that I often hear from people around me, everywhere I go, in circles, when we are gathering as families, as colleagues, at church. You often hear people say, posterity will judge us. But perhaps the bigger question that each one of us should ask is, why should we wait for posterity to judge us when our forefathers and the people that fought for our independence did not wait? Every day, they sacrificed their very lives to make sure that they prepare a better future for us, one which they were not even sure if they will be a part of. Today, we are faced with so many challenges as humanity. We have climate change, we have economic instability, and we have political instability. As if that is not enough to carry on our shoulders in this generation, we now are faced with a pandemic, which is literally taking over our lives and our very livelihood that we knew to be normal. And now we are forced to live under a new normal that we do not really understand at the moment. Today, we are actually very thankful of names like Mama Juliet Chikamonika, Mama Kankasa, Kenneth Kaunda, and many, many others who were there, who fought for our rights, who wanted to see, to make sure that our future is bright, our future is smooth. They sacrificed everything that they had. And so today, we need to find out and ask ourselves, why should we always ask this question? Posterity will judge us. Today, it seems like we are moving in all sorts of directions. We do not know where we want to go or where our final destination is. Of course, you and me might not be here in the next 2-3 generations, but we are leaving a seed behind, which we are responsible for, just like our forefathers were before us. We are now living in a world where serious matters are discussed and dissected on social medias, millions of views and likes, but unfortunately, the most important and serious matters are left with little or no attention at all. How sad is that? Today, we are living in a world where our leaders are becoming richer and the people that put them in power, beggars. I'll say beggars because even a poor person has their own limits. Today, we have become a people who have put objectivity on a pedestal and weigh if it's fitting in our arena. And if it doesn't fit us, then it's not okay, even if it is the truth, unfortunately. What kind of generation have we become? We are willing to pawn the future for our children, our great-grandchildren, for a loaf of bread, sadly. Today, because of political affiliation, we have lost our sense of reason and objectivity. But the bigger question I'll ask you and me, what if today we can decide that we do not want posterity to judge us? What if you and me today decide that we can make the little difference that we ought to do instead of sitting behind and minding our own business and that of our immediate families? Today, why can't we decide to leave a strong foundation, a stable economy, a free society where people are able to excel in whatever they believe in? Why can't we decide today to leave a better future for the next set of the Generation Z Reloaded, or whatever they will call themselves then? So today, tomorrow, whichever day you think about it, let us decide to change the status quo and not allow the future to judge each one of us. Thank you.
Our next speaker this evening also has a heavy, bio, but I'll make it brief. I'll make it very, very brief. Rev Walter Mambazi, a name that all of us know. He is a transformation leader, networker, digital and traditional marketer, published author. Should I continue? Blogger, copywriter, social influencer, television personality, and radio personality as well. So I made it very brief because there was more. So please welcome Rev Walter Mambazi.
Humanity at crossroads. We really have been, if you think about it, at crossroads since the beginning of time, since literally the time that mankind came into existence. Now, being a reverend myself, I do believe that mankind didn't come by some spark or some cosmic accident on some proverbial big bang in God knows where, in the middle of God knows when. But I do believe that man was put here by a creator. Same way that we have these lights and everything around us, man was a creation. And so if man is a creation, then he has a mandate. That God that created us put a mandate on us. And for the best of it, I believe man has been at a crossroads in trying to accomplish that mandate and bring about the creation of nirvana on earth. So what is that mandate? And have we really met that mandate today? Well, for the purposes of this discussion, that mandate still stands. The first is that we must be fruitful. And what does that mean in simple terms? Whatever it is that we get to do must produce something that's of benefit to society. If you think about it, no human exists for themselves. No tree eats its own fruit. No river drinks its own water. No earth benefits of itself. But everything within creation benefits something else. And that's what makes us all useful. So if we stop being useful and become useless, then there's nothing more for us to do in this reality. So fruitfulness is an absolute must. Following that is multiplication. I heard recently about the concept of legacy, that if we really want to leave a mark in creation, it's always what you leave behind that matters most. And that what you leave behind isn't necessarily property or wealth, but the teachings and the legacy that you impact that transform society. So everybody will definitely remember Kaunda for the longest of time in this nation because he created a legacy of independence. And not just himself, but all the great heroes of yesteryear that also fought side by side to bring about the liberation of this nation. And if you think about it, it's that ability to then create leaders that were able to carry the next baton in the next generation that made the most impact. So the question is, are you multiplying yourself? And then there's replenishment, the biggest challenge I think today. Replenishment is a fancy word for management. Okay, so the idea is, are we managing our environment? Are we doing what it takes to put back that which we take out? Remember that we live in an era of chaos. In fact, the terminology is entropy, where everything moves from a state of order to disorder. And it's only man that's supposed to counter that effect by managing everything around them so that they're in a constant state of growth and benefit. The fourth is subjugation. Where there is no vision, people cast off restraint. The power for humanity to succeed is when each human being is able to subdue the passions within themselves and then direct those passions into noble causes that bring about the legacy we're speaking about. It's the ability to take what is essentially a wild environment and transform it by our activity into a controlled environment. That is subjugation. There is an external environment and there is an internal environment. And our ability to control the internal environment will always benefit what's on the outside. And so true subjugation happens when we first can subdue ourselves. And lastly comes dominion. And so what is dominion? It's the capacity to operate fully within a given terrain or within a given domain. So the word dominion is where you get the word domain, and the word domain is where you get the word kingdom. And the book I follow tells me that I'm a king. But there's no way you can be a king without a kingdom. So every man or woman, when they discover their purpose, actually go on to become very, very powerful executors of their kingly mandate, which is to dominate powerfully. But you see, domination only happens when purpose is understood, when vision is understood, and it is expressed in the right domain. In other words, locality is everything between being great and being small. I'll close with this. I didn't know this. If you take a shark, when it's still a baby, put it in an aquarium, it'll only grow a couple of inches long, and that'll be full grown because the environment is small. Take the same shark and throw it in the sea, and it grows to 5-6 feet long. Environment is everything. So in true dominion of every man or woman, it has to do with the domain you operate. Thank you.
Has worked in the creative arena for over 25 years as a writer, a speaker, a poet, and a voice-over artist. Please welcome Leonisa Mumba.
Humanity at a crossroad. And being a patriotic Zambian, I wonder where Zambia falls in this crossroad that humanity is at. Your covenant makes you a remnant, and it is pertinent that you rise to the occasion, which I will soon make mention, if I can have your attention. Our nation has suffered an invasion which can't continue. It is immorality that no longer looks like an abnormality, but it is a blunt reality. This has led to the degradation of our value systems, which need total restoration for our future to experience adoration. All this has brought us to a crossroad, truth be told. To make these changes, let us see who engages as we open the lid and get rid of what no longer serves us. There are those who oppress the truth. They push it down the drain while causing pain with nothing to gain, but the truth will remain. Incorruptible men and women are what we need to feed into the system and not the exchange of the truth for lies while cooperating with foreign spies in disguise as friends who are only interested in seeing our demise. Selfless passion is the action we all need to take. Vow right now. Faith is the birth of integrity, transparency, humility, and our destiny. We have been called for personal and corporate repentance, which need regular maintenance. Along with prayer, which is not rare, but if I may dare, what has come of it when some choose to forfeit? There has been nothing concrete. When there was gassing, we followed it up with fasting. I urge the abandonment of greed and the need for actual structural dynamics of national value systems. We live and give in a virtual world, but I submit as I see it fit. It is a projection of spiritual transaction, a form of aversion in sexual perversion. And this is the real invasion. Here we are at a crossroad, piled up like a mold. This is a season. Let us not keep giving negative reasons. Otherwise, we keep playing with the same demons when we already have dominion. It has been too much to handle scandal after scandal. Leaders, let us into a bundle. Let us figure out which angle you need to help us to win. Whichever tribe, I urge you, do not accept the bribe. For now, you may hide, but the truth will find you at the click of a button. We have a clear pattern, an invaluable blueprint to follow for tomorrow. Let us gather, called by our mother, Zambia, and define our spiritual design. I guarantee there is deliverance in perseverance, and while kneeling, we will receive healing. Teachers, pupils, a student must be prudent, for you are all emancipators along with administrators. Raise men and women, raise the standards in the media, education system with a new team, in the family, in music. It is not for the fool, but it's a powerful tool for us to dance and give chance to originality and morality. It should not be a formality to correct economic abnormality. How did we adhere to feelings, to carry out ritual killings of fellow human beings? If not, then dreadful concoctions of daily abortions. It seems we cannot be redeemed. How I wish we had more hospitals and malls and paramedics in clinics. There is a solution to all this distortion. We can mobilize political leaders and get rid of rhetorical breeders. Through reformed policies and strategies, we will allow us to explore and not ignore the novel ideas that will turn and burn old practices that are no longer justified. No, we are not satisfied. Without plagiarism, I call for mass evangelism. I will bring you hope while exercising my right to vote. In summation, we are fed up of the vast accumulation of refuse, which translates into disease. We require it to cease. Perhaps to drive the point, we must anoint the path to draw, not a mathematical, but rather a logistical plan for the formulation of efficient transportation centers for future endeavors. There is need for a clear detection and fine inspection for what comes in and what goes out of our borders. We cannot be hoarders of unqualified findings. It is prudent that we refine our level of recruitment. Mergers with traders, roundtable tenures with manufacturers. It must be on equal terms, mutually beneficial, nothing artificial. You will not mock God. You will not defile the rock that leads you as a flock. The courts will adjudicate, but are you willing to be an advocate? Performance indicators are not mere imitators. They reveal the truth and let us know the core of where we are standing, and the nation is demanding change. I hear the sound of abundant rain over the Moso Tunya. I see a united army marching forth with eagle spirits. I see the sun rising over this great nation, and the eagle in each one of us spreading its wings, every sphere of influence. standing proudly on each mountain, singing boldly with voices of thunder. Having put the enemy under, I feel the life-giving spirit as Zambia takes a breath of true freedom as a peace kingdom. Zambia, guided by the heavens blueprint, with a unique fingerprint and strong footprint on this ground we have found through peace we are bound. Thank you.
Mr. James Kapesa, who is an accountant by profession, I beg your pardon, and he has 13 years of experience in corporate and investment banking, credit, risk management, change management, strategy formulation, and implementation. So please welcome our final speaker for this evening, Mr. James Kapesa.
There's a town which is the most northerly town in the Swedish Arctic, deep in the Arctic. For the last 20 years, its temperature has been rising 5 times the average of the entire world. In Tuvalu, a Polynesian archipelago, sandwiched between Australia and Hawaii, an ancient way of life is being swallowed by rising seas. Right now, the world is in a big fist fight against an invincible, powerful, and potent enemy called COVID-19. And not far from where we stand tonight, the advancing sand dunes of the Kalahari are making the south and western parts of our country more and more arid and prone to flash floods. Humanity is at a crossroads. Let's look at it from another way. No, humanity is not at crossroads. It's you, me, him, her, who must make the choices. Perhaps there's no a crossroads. From the moment you were born, the heavens have placed before you choices. You see, 40% of the world's inhabitants are obese and overweight. 40%. Do you know that 40% of the food that we produce is wasted? And half of that wastage happens at dinner tables. If you as an individual choose to eat half of what you eat, 1, you will not be obese. 2, you will help a farmer to claim less land in the Amazon. And in the process, less trees will be cut. More oxygen will be released into the air. And the oceans that are swallowing the beaches in Tuvalu will recede. Do you know that if you chose during your dinner to jump into a public transport or minibus, then rush into your 5-liter Pajero, that there will be less coal mined in the deep mines of South Africa? And that if we choose, not as humanity, but as individuals, to go solar than charcoal, our forests in this country will regenerate. So probably the world is not at a crossroads. You and me are. The first time I came across a concept called calculus was in first year at university. That branch of mathematics that talks about small, incremental, consistent changes. You know why I'm happy with COVID-19? is that for the first time, mankind has confronted a common enemy seriously and squarely. Calculus and COVID have one thing in common. You see, COVID is not a phenomenon or a theory in classrooms, in conference halls, and in workshops. COVID has a name to it of a brother we have lost, of a neighbor we can't say bye to anymore, a workmate and a churchmate. And until the world realizes that global warming is not a theory in textbooks, but that which affects you, me, and her, then we won't make progress. So I challenge you, for the world to be reprieved from the crossroads it sits on, we must take individual decisions. To walk more than drive more. To eat less than force our 10-year-olds to be obese at that tender age. To go solar and to go natural. Then the world will cease to be at a crossroads. Angela Mayo Angela said, nothing works until you do. Folks, there's a lot of work to do. Thank you.
When we plant a rose seed in the earth, we notice that it is small, but we do not criticize it as rootless or stemless. We treat it as a seed, giving it the water and nourishment required of a seed. When it first shoots up out of the earth, we do not condemn it as immature or underdeveloped, nor do we criticize the buds for not being open when they appear. We stand in wonder at the process taking place and give the plant the care it needs at each stage of its development. The rose is a rose from the time it is a seed to the time it dies. Within it, at all times, it contains its whole potential. It seems to be constantly in the process of change, yet at each state, at each moment, it is perfectly all right as it is. Lochani, Molweni, Dumelang, hello. My name is Letabolaka Gumede, and this poem is my submission for World Speech Day 2021. I am the founder, facilitator, and teacher of an educational initiative called Empowering the Art. Empowering the Art is a multidisciplinary educational initiative that aims to empower cultural workers within their communities through socio-digital campaigns. With this work, my mission is simple, and that is to educate. When I was first invited by Simon Gibson, the founder of World Speech Day, to present a speech, I was truly humbled by this opportunity. However, when I read into the details and discovered that there is a 5 to 10 minute time to present the speeches, I was torn. Now, for someone who really enjoys to conversate and to sit in conversation with other people, 3 to 5 minutes can really feel like a grain of sand in an ocean of time. Nevertheless, after much deep and contemplative thought, and with a mindful eye on the clock, allow me to expand on why I chose the poem Give Yourself Grace by Timothy Galloway as an offering towards capturing what humanity's at a crossroads looks like for me and how I navigate that within my space. First, in my work, one of the projects to come out of Empowering the Arts is a curriculum development project titled Welcome to We. The we in Welcome to We refers to the curators, gallery assistants, museum educators, healers, and other cultural representatives within any given community of people. Working with these people is what truly hydrates and recharges my humanity. Now, without giving too much away, there's a famous Nina Simone quote that succinctly captures the work that we do. It goes as follows: "The duty of an artist is to express and reflect the times in which we live in." And so, exercising my passion with patience in this very historically and emotionally taxing field of the arts, the need for introspection and a reckoning with the self in 2021 has never been more crucial. I, as the facilitator of these conversations, learn so much in the process, and because of this, I recognize that I too still have a lot to learn. In our homes, we find that the COVID-19 pandemic has undone and rewired our notions of home. And so for me, new definitions of self-care have inspired a militant and unapologetic form of self-love. To quote Audre Lorde, "Caring for myself is not self-indulgence, it is self-preservation, and that is an act of political warfare." So to end, let us be clear. Chaos is not new in the world. And as this pandemic has brought us closer to ourselves and to our communities by way of lockdown restrictions, curfews, or in a more harrowing way, being retrenched, let us remember that we too are like roses. So, wherever you are, even if it's in the germinating stages of your life where you're still trying to figure out what the next move looks like, or if you're fully in bloom and standing in your glory. Always, always remember to give yourself and those around you the highest and most sincere form of grace. Thank you.
La Agenda 2030 es un programa de acción firmado en septiembre de 2000 por los gobiernos de los 193 países miembros de la ONU. Contiene 17 objetivos de desarrollo sostenible, también llamados objetivos. Objetivos número 1. Derrotar la pobreza. Para 2030, los países de la ONU se han comprometido a respetar este objetivo. De hecho, han decidido para 2030 la pobreza. En el mundo se erradica el objetivo número 12. Vencer el hambre. Este objetivo quiere combatir el hambre. De hecho, no es necesario comprar alimentos ya hechos, pero sería mejor comprar tierra por cultivar su propia comida, preferibilmente sin productos farmacia. Objetivo número 3. Salud y bienestar. Tratar de reducir las enfermedades causadas por la contaminación y aumentar los hospitales, incluso en los países más pobres. Objetivo número 14. Preservar la vida bajo el agua. Aunque no sea tan importante como los anteriores, yo prefiero a todos los demás porque además de cuidar de nuestra salud, también debemos cuidarla de los otros animales que pueblan este planeta. Objetivo número 17. Asociación para los objetivos. En mi opinión, otro objetivo muy importante es este, porque quiere señalar que además de ser todos los objetivos para el planeta, también debemos colaborar, y esto, en mi opinión, es lo que importa. Ahora te lo diré en italiano. L'Agenda 2030 è un programma d'azione firmato nel settembre 2015 dai governi dei 193 paesi membri dell'ONU. Essa racchiude 17 obiettivi per lo sviluppo sostenibile, detti anche goals. Obiettivo numero 1. Sconfiggere la povertà. Per il 2030 i paesi dell'ONU si sono impegnati a rispettare questo goal. Infatti hanno deciso che entro il 2030 la povertà nel mondo sarà sradicata. Obiettivo numero 2. Sconfiggere la fame. Questo obiettivo vuole combattere la fame. Infatti non si devono comprare dei cibi già fatti, ma se è meglio comprarsi delle terre per coltivarsi il cibo da soli, preferibilmente senza prodotti chimici. Obiettivo numero 3. Salute e benessere. Provare a ridurre le malattie dovute dall'inquinamento e aumentare gli ospedali anche nei paesi più poveri. Obiettivo numero 14. Preservare la vita sott'acqua. Anche se non è importante come i precedenti, io lo preferisco rispetto a tutti gli altri perché oltre a curare la nostra salute, dovremmo curarla anche agli animali che popolano questo pianeta. Obiettivo numero 17. Partnership per gli obiettivi. Secondo me è un altro obiettivo molto importante. Un altro è questo, perché vuole far notare che oltre a fare tutti gli obiettivi.
Oggi voglio parlarvi di parità di genere. Con parità di genere si intende il diritto di ogni persona di non essere discriminato per il proprio sesso, cioè di essere libero di fare le proprie scelte, indipendentemente dal fatto che sia maschio o femmina. E si parla di scelte di ogni tipo, sia che si parli di lavoro, di gioco o di sport. Di questi argomenti si deve iniziare a parlarne già da bambini, perché i pregiudizi nascono già da appena nati. Dai vestiti che ci fanno indossare, dai giochi che ci regalano o lo sport che ci fanno praticare. Le bambine sono sempre vestite di rosa, eppure fino a 100 anni fa a nessuno sarebbe venuto in mente che il rosa fosse un colore da femmine. Semmai si credeva il contrario. Le bambine ricevono pentoline per giocare, eppure anche i maschi cucinano. I cuochi più famosi sono uomini. Solo pochi bambini praticano danza e pattinaggio artistico, anche se i balletti più famosi prevedono anche ballerini e nel pattinaggio artistico alle Olimpiadi partecipano maschi, femmine e coppie maschio e femmina. Da bambini soprattutto ci raccontano sempre delle storie dove la povera principessa viene salvata da un valoroso principe. E non capita mai il contrario, dove un povero ragazzo che lava i pavimenti e cucina stira, viene salvato da una ricca e bella principessa. Queste storie, come quella di Cenerentola, Biancaneve o La Bella Addormentata, sono state scritte molti anni fa e rispecchiano ciò che accadeva nella società di quel tempo, quando alle donne non era consentito di fare tante cose, facevano solo lavori umili e non potevano studiare. L'unico modo per essere felici era sposare un principe. Per fortuna adesso le cose stanno cambiando, almeno qui in Europa, dove le donne hanno maggiori possibilità di studiare e scegliere il lavoro che le piace. Oggi ci sono molte donne medico, politico o militare. Anche le storie per bambini sono cambiate, ad esempio è famosa la storia di Ribelle, dove la protagonista, Merida, è più abile di tutti i principi pretendenti all'andare a cavallo e tirare con l'arco. Rifiuta di sposarsi e vuole vivere come i propri fratelli, libera. Uno dei miei cartoni preferiti, che rappresenta appieno il significato di parità di genere, è Shira e le principesse guerriere. In questa serie, a salvare la situazione sono le principesse, che possono essere gentili e delicate come Perfiuma o forti e violente come Mermista. Anche gli uomini possono essere dei mollaccioni come Bo o avventurieri come Falco del Mare. Un altro caso da citare è il film di Frozen, dove la protagonista è una principessa nata un po' diversa, ma per paura di non essere accettata, nasconde a tutti la sua vera natura. Quando alla fine decide di rivelare a tutti la propria natura, diventa una regina, non si sposa e comunque tutti vissero felici e contenti, ugualmente. Questa storia, secondo me, fa pensare a cosa accade agli omosessuali, che spesso, per paura del giudizio degli altri e per paura di non essere accettati, nascondono i loro sentimenti e vivono una vita infelice, fino a quando non decidono di accettare la loro natura e vivere apertamente con quello che preferiscono. La parità di genere è un tema che riguarda anche loro, che devono avere il diritto di amare chi vogliono e come vogliono. In conclusione, mi auguro che in futuro non ci siano più tanti pregiudizi come in passato. I pregiudizi si formano da bambini, come la paura del buio e del malocchio, e una volta formati sono difficilissimi da togliere anche da adulti. E per questo spero che ci siano sempre più film e storie come Frozen e Shira che riescano a migliorare il nostro mondo.
When was the last time you have asked yourself a question starting with why? Why did I choose to do that? Have you ever asked yourself? Have you ever searched for a meaning behind a choice done by you? Have you ever looked behind the seat of your mind, seeking for a reason for having made that choice? Now, let me ask you another question. Have you ever asked yourself, why did I choose to do that job? Has this question ever crossed your mind? Maybe not. So I want all of you to take one moment to think about it. Why did you choose to do that job? Was it because you like it? Was it because you find it interesting? Or was it because somebody told you to do it? I have heard too many times my family, the friends of my family, and the people around me saying that they don't like what they do or complaining about their day at work. And I'm sure that most part of you can relate to all of this. Now answer this. What is the meaning of living a life where you just get to do what you don't like to do, not for days, not for months, but for years? Is there even a meaning for doing it? I even asked some of these people why they continue to do their job if they didn't like it. And do you know what the answer was? They just picked that job when they finished their studies at school, and they picked it just for getting a job. Now, do you think that that is a great answer? Do you think that that is a great motivation? Just for getting a job. Most of the people now live like that. But did you know that 80% of the people on this planet are not happy with their lives? Either because of their family or guess the other, of their job. So in which part do you want to be? Do you want to be in the 87% of the population, or do you want to be in the 13%? The choice is yours. I believe that the way for being satisfied and happy with how you have lived is to follow your passions. And every single person, starting from when we were born, was given different passions. And those are meant to be followed by people wishing to achieve something greater in their life, by people wishing to follow their crazy ideas, by people wishing to have an impact on this world by doing what they love to do. And a lot of people have done it and continue to do it. So why not us? What do these people have that we are missing? They follow their passions, their heart, not the opinion of everybody else. Because what a passion is something that you love to do, something that you will never get tired of, even if you do it over and over and over. It's something that makes life exciting to live and gives it a purpose. Passion is love, love for what you do. And that love is what makes us get through the everyday challenges that we face. That love is what gives us the strength to continue and not give up. If we couldn't feel love, life wouldn't have a meaning. We would just feel empty, and most of the time, we would just feel the opposite of love. We would feel hate. And what does hate generate? Emptiness, sadness, and frustration. Those feelings aren't contributing to making our life better and worth living. So why, I'm asking you, why continuing to do what we hate to do? Why continue to do the job that we don't like to do if it's not gonna generate anything good but just regrets? Because that is what not following your passion generates, regrets. I have learned that life is just one. You don't get a second chance to live. So what you want to do is to minimize your regrets, because they are going to haunt you for the rest of your life. When you will be on the edge of dying, do you want to look back at your life and knowing that you have took the chances when they showed up and have lived and being satisfied with how you have lived? Or do you want to look back at your life and having the regrets of not having done some things, maybe because of fear, judgment, and or embarrassment? Always remember that our time is limited on this planet, so don't make the mistake of wasting it. Take action, because you might regret not having done so, and if you do, you will never be able to recover the time lost. And more important, follow your passion, follow your heart, because nothing will ever replace the love and happiness that you will feel by doing what you love to do. I can say all of this because I have found what I love to do, and I wish this to all of you. So I want to conclude this with a phrase that Steve Jobs that says, have the courage to follow your heart and intuition. They somehow already know what you truly want to become. Everything else is secondary. Thank you all.
everyone, I'm Emiliana. Have you ever felt unsafe when going out? Or have you ever been followed or catcalled by a stranger? Well, if you said no, I'm going to show you how people that said yes struggle with it a lot. I'm starting by saying what catcalling means. Catcalling is the act of a person shouting, harassing, awful comments about another person publicly. These comments are often really degrading. All women, if not almost, struggle with it a lot, especially during the young age. And there isn't a certain place where this happens. It can happen everywhere. For example, just at a normal grocery shop. Italy studies say that 79% of females before the age of 17 have been catcalled, and 69% of them have been followed by a man or a group of men before the age of 40. This brings to females not feeling safe, changing the way they act, changing the way they feel, afraid of what might happen next, or sometimes even avoiding going out past a certain time of the day. Usually it's the night. Or some of them even arm themselves. And yes, you heard that correctly. Self-defense is a natural instinct. And females not being able to protect themselves as a male, they tend to take with themselves some little weapons as pepper sprays. Professionals have tried helping by coming up with a solution that is less exceeding, less extreme. For example, this app that is called Wear. This is a simple app. It's free and you can download it on your phone. This app shows you the best ways you can reach your destination. For example, if you have to go alone at night, this app helps you by showing you the best ways to take, because these ways are proven by studies to be safer than the ones that might be proven to be more affected to criminology. The best alternative is that these actions wouldn't happen, because women are tired of feeling this way. Everyone should educate themselves, their sons, their daughters, everyone around them. So this will help to reach a better society, safer for everyone. Even though you're not personally involved in this topic, you can help by stopping when seeing this happening. If you do this, you will be a good human. Today, I'm here and I've overcome my fears. I've come here all alone. Thanks for watching. Bye.
The chemist Lavoisier said, "Nothing is created, nothing is destroyed, everything is transformed." Everything has always been transformed as human generations have been influenced by progress. We can see it everywhere in the world. If you think about to the last two generations, they are born in the age of smartphones, so their brain is developed in a different way. Scientific data confirm it. Their attention threshold has decreased, or they read only things that attract them visually. But we can also see some changes in generations before. For example, my dad told me that when he was young, he used the calculator much better than my grandpa. And he didn't understand why my grandpa couldn't. For him, it was so simple. Probably my dad's brain had adapted to the progress of those years. So, if progress a beautiful thing with no negative sides? Unfortunately not. We need to pay attention when we use new technologies that are as much revolutionary as dangerous. For example, they can create addiction or other mental illness like hikikomori phenomenon, where people cut all their relationships with the outside, closing themselves in room and using only the computer. And this phenomenon increased a lot with the pandemic of coronavirus. So, what do you think about the progress now? Is it okay or not? I think that we mustn't be afraid of progress. We just need to be careful. We have a brain, and if we use it while adopting new technologies, we will be able to do a lot thanks to our imaginary friends, the progress.
Hi everyone, I'm Andrea Panivello, an 18 years old guy from Saluzzo. I live here with my family. Today I would like to talk about an issue that I'm really concerned about, our home. It is undeniable that we are using more resources than we can give back to our planet. What we must try to save it, not only for us, but for the next generation, for our son, for our grandchildren. If we can't save our home anymore, we should start thinking about moving somewhere else in the infinity of space. That's exactly what some people, when I say names like Jeff Bezos or Elon Musk, I'm just talking about a minimum part of them, are already trying to do. They're trying to save the humanity. We can all make a huge difference. So, the question that everyone is thinking about is, so what can I do? What I'm here to talk about is not being as revolutionary as Elon Musk. I would love to, but we aren't. What we should start thinking is that everyone can make a little but significant difference in all the chores that we do every day. I'm not here talking about that we should close the water while we are brushing our teeth. I'm just saying, just think first. Just imagine if everyone start doing something. There will be a huge difference. We should start thinking about moving. Because it looks like that almost nobody is caring about Earth. But this is our planet. So before doing something, think first. Everything has an impact. Surely living on Mars would be super cool and everyone would love to do that. But we are ready for that. Probably in the next 20 years, we won't live on Mars. Because it looks like that nobody cares. Why shouldn't we want to save that? Just have a look at that. Thanks for watching, everyone.
Il cambiamento è in corso e sarà inevitabile. Sta a voi decidere se affrontarlo o essere sconfitti in partenza. E qui sorge una domanda. Come affrontare il cambiamento e come affrontarlo per il meglio? Il telelavoro è un processo che nei prossimi anni darà la possibilità a molti giovani di diminuire la mobilità e soprattutto di diminuire l'inquinamento. Nei prossimi anni, infatti, con l'arrivo della fibra ottica, anche nei piccoli paesini di montagna si ritornerà ad avere una maggiore distribuzione della popolazione. E questo grazie proprio al fatto che si potrà andare a diminuire l'inquinamento nelle grandi città e soprattutto darà la possibilità ai giovani di fare il lavoro dei propri sogni, continuando però a stare sul proprio divano di casa. Molte persone, soprattutto giovani, avranno la possibilità nei prossimi anni di far nascere nuovi tipi di lavoro, con particolari focus sulle nuove tecnologie. Questo darà loro la possibilità di poter lavorare comodamente dal proprio divano di casa e di poter passare maggiore tempo con la propria famiglia e rimanendo unito alle proprie radici, comunque svolgendo il lavoro dei suoi sogni. Oggi la tematica giovanile sulla poca voglia di lavorare da parte di quest'ultimi è purtroppo verificata in tutto il mondo. Unendoci insieme possiamo far cambiare idea ai lavoratori di oggi, dimostrando di essere all'altezza delle richieste e anzi, vi dirò di più, dimostrando di saper superare le aspettative che ci vengono richieste per avere in futuro un mondo migliore. Come disse Nelson Mandela, ho imparato che il coraggio non è la mancanza di paura, ma la vittoria sulla paura. L'uomo coraggioso non è colui che non ha paura, ma colui che sconfigge la paura. Vorrei lasciarvi con un pensiero personale. La vita è un gioco, non aver paura di essere sconfitti.
When we plant a rose seed in the earth, we notice When we plant a rose seed in the earth, we notice that it is small, but we do not criticize it as rootless or stemless. We treat it as a seed, giving it the water.
Safe.
Yes, be a huge difference.
When we plant a rose seed in the earth,
Moving somewhere else in the infinity of space.
Hi everyone, I'm
a day dedicated to celebrating the power of speech through a slew of speaking events across the globe. And here in Singapore, more than 100 people will gather at the YMCA auditorium to speak on the causes they support. Joining me now is the chairman of the organizing committee for the event, Peter Ng.
You are stronger than you know.
World Speech Day theme, Humanity at a Crossroads.
We as society can definitely get through it. 世界をより良い場所にする
Sebelum berdoa at ibadah mga time zones.
Multiracial society. So, come on!
Chúc mừng năm mới các bạn. I'm eagerly waiting for 2021 World Speech Day.
और सभी को इस वर्ष में सुरक्षित रहने के लिए
Araw ko pa ni.
Together, we will create a better world.
Join us on 15th of March 2021.
Now, more than ever, it is imperative that we come together.
One simple speech, one simple and meaningful speech, can make the difference in people's lives.
To create a bridge to help us meet each other at this unique point in our lives.
Throughout more than 100 countries, the power of the spoken word.
记得3月15号世界演讲日，一定要上线看我们的24小时直播。
I'm looking forward to see you there.
Speech is the mirror of the soul. As a man speaks, so he is.
Let's be really good listeners before we start getting our message across.
I'd like to invite you to come and join us to the World Speech Day 2021.
Humanity is at a crossroad, and we must all meet there to make the world a better place.
Join us.
Join us.
Join us.
Join us on 15 March
2021. A day dedicated to celebrating the power of speech through a slew of speaking events across the globe. And here in Singapore, more than 100 people will gather at the YMCA auditorium to speak on the causes they support. Joining me now is the chairman of the organizing committee for the event, Peter Ng.
You are stronger than you know.
World Speech Day theme, Humanity at a Crossroads.
We as society can definitely get through it. 世界をより良い場所にする
Sebelum berdoa at ibadah mga time zones.
Multiracial society. So, come on! Chúc mừng năm mới các bạn.
I'm eagerly waiting for 2021 World Speech Day.
और सभी को इस वर्ष में सुरक्षित रहने के लिए
Together, we will create a better world.
Join us on 15th of March 2021.
Now, more than ever, it is imperative that we come together.
One simple speech, one simple and meaningful speech, can make the difference in people's lives.
To create a bridge to help us meet each other at this unique point in our lives.
Throughout more than 100 countries, the power of the spoken word.
记得3月15号世界演讲日，一定要上线看我们的24小时直播。
I'm looking forward to see you there.
Speech is the mirror of the soul. As a man speaks, so he is.
Let's be really, really good listeners before we start getting our message across.
I'd like to invite you to come and join us to the World Speech Day 2021.
Humanity is at a crossroad, and we must all meet there to make the world a better place.
Join us.
Join us.
Join us on 15 March
2021.
A day dedicated to celebrating the power of speech through a slew of speaking events across the globe. And here in Singapore, more than 100 people will gather at the YMCA auditorium to speak on the causes they support. Joining me now is the chairman of the organizing committee for the event, Peter Ng.
You are stronger than you know.
World Speech Day theme, Humanity at a Crossroads.
We as society can definitely get through it. 世界をより良い場所にする
Sebelum berdoa at ibadah mga time zones.
Multiracial society. So, come on! Chúc mừng năm mới các bạn.
I'm eagerly waiting for 2021 World Speech Day.
और सभी को इस वर्ष में सुरक्षित रहने के लिए
Together, we will create a better world.
Join us on 15th of March 2021.
Now, more than ever, it is imperative that we come together.
One simple speech, one simple and meaningful speech, can make the difference in people's lives.
To create a bridge to help us meet each other at this unique point in our lives.
Throughout more than 100 countries, the power of the spoken word.
记得3月15号世界演讲日，一定要上线看我们的24小时直播。
I'm looking forward to see you there.
Speech is the mirror of the soul. As a man speaks, so he is.
Let's be really, really good listeners before we start getting our message across.
I'd like to invite you to come and join us to the World Speech Day 2021.
Humanity is at a crossroad, and we must all meet there to make the world a better place.
Join us.
Join us.
Join us on 15 March
2021.
A day dedicated to celebrating the power of speech through a slew of speaking events across the globe. And here in Singapore, more than 100 people will gather at the YMCA auditorium to speak on the causes they support. Joining me now is the chairman of the organizing committee for the event, Peter Ng.
You are stronger than you know.
World Speech Day theme, Humanity at a Crossroads.
We as society can definitely get through it. 世界をより良い場所にする。
Sebuah mundo at iba't-ibang mga time zones.
Multiracial society. So, come on!
Chúc mừng năm mới các bạn.
I'm eagerly waiting for 2021 World Speech Day.
और सभी को इस वर्ष में सुरक्षित रहने के लिए
Together, we will create a better world.
Join us on 15th of March 2021.
Now, more than ever, it is imperative that we come together.
One simple speech, one simple and meaningful speech, can make the difference in people's lives.
To create a bridge to help us meet each other at this unique point in our lives.
Throughout more than 100 countries, the power of the spoken word.
记得3月15号世界演讲日，一定要上线看我们的24小时直播。
I'm looking forward to see you there.
Speech is the mirror of the soul. As a man speaks, so he is. Let's be really good listeners before we start getting our message across.
I'd like to invite you to come and join us to the World Speech Day 2021.
Humanity is at a crossroad, and we must all meet there to make the world a better place.
Join us.
Join us.
Join us.
Join us on 15 March
2021.
A day dedicated to celebrating the power of speech through a slew of speaking events across the globe. And here in Singapore, more than 100 people will gather at the YMCA auditorium to speak on the causes they support. Joining me now is the chairman of the organizing committee for the event, Peter Ng.
You are stronger than you know.
World Speech Day theme, Humanity at a Crossroads.
We as society can definitely get through it. 世界をより良い場所にする。
Sebuah mundo at iba't-ibang mga time zones.
Multiracial society. So, come on!
Chúc mừng năm mới các bạn.
I'm eagerly waiting for 2021 World Speech Day.
और सभी को इस वर्ष में सुरक्षित रहने के लिए
Together, we will create a better world.
Join us on 15th of March 2021.
Now, more than ever, it is imperative that we come together.
One simple speech, one simple and meaningful speech, can make the difference in people's lives.
To create a bridge
Olivia, and today we're going to talk about humanity at the crossroad. I am going to talk about vaccines. First, we need more vaccines so we don't get sick and die. For example, I never had a flu shot. One day I got the flu and it was really high, so I would die. Second, in 2021, we need to wear masks to keep us safe so we do not get the corona. For example, I did not go to school with my mask on. But if I did not get my mask on, then I would get the corona and I will die. Third, you need to be still. If you do not, you will get your vaccine in the wrong place. For example, I was shaking when the doctor put the vaccine. It was supposed to be on my arm, but I was shaking so violently, he put it on my hand. So it would just deliver it to the wrong place and the corona would spread and I would die because the corona would get to my heart and my lungs. Bye-bye. Thank you for watching.
Fossil fuel or clean energy, which one do you choose? Hello everyone, my name is Felix Wang. Welcome to my speech. Today we will talk about the crossing roads of humanity. After listening to this speech, you will know the 3 reasons for using clean energy. First, global warming. Fossil fuels, for example, coal and oil are increasing carbon dioxide and polluting the environment, which causes global warming. Global warming leads to high temperature, melting of ice, and rising sea level. Global warming affects human life. We need to take immediate action and choose clean energy to help slow down the global warming. Second, renewable. Fossil fuels are non-renewable energy, which takes millions of years to make. According to the date, fossil fuel only can be used for 50 years. Clean energy is renewable energy. They will never be used up in human life. Third, clean energy is solar energy, wind energy, hydro energy, and so on. Clean energy is good for the environment, less car emission, much cleaner water, brighter blue sky, and more sound from our nature. The Paris Agreement of the United Nations helps the world transition to a low-carbon economy and make the world cleaner and better. Let's work together to support the agreement. In a conclusion, clean energy will reduce pollution, saves energy, and creates a new and better life for human beings. Thank you for listening to my speech.
Can you imagine a very, very cute animal just lying on your dinner table you're about to eat on? Can you imagine a polar bear that has nowhere to live? Can you imagine a panda that has nothing to eat? Hello everyone, my name is Gloria Gao, and this year I am 7 years old.
Today, I'm going to talk about how to help animals. First, how you can help animals is stop killing them. Second is stop pollutioning, stop throwing trash out. Do you know why? So, sea turtles, as you know, they eat jellyfishes. And when we throw these kind of plastic bags out, when they go into water, they look like jellyfishes. And when the sea turtles come up to it, they might eat it or it might get tangled in it. Imagine that if you ate a plastic bag. Third, how it can help animals is that try to not cut off trees. Don't cut off trees. And the trees are getting lesser. So, for example, there are lots of trees. We cut down 50 of them. And there's only a little bit left because we cut out 50 of them. I'll give you another example. Let me think. I got it. So, there's a forest with 100 trees. And we cut off 50 of them. So 50 is 100's half. So there's only 50 more. And the trees are getting lesser in the forest. So just please try to not cut off trees. And remember to help animals. Try to help animals as hard as you can. And just remember to help animals. Thank you for coming to my speech. Bye.
Hi everybody! Do you know if we make more air pollution, we'll have to wear gas masks forever? Just like right this picture. You don't like it, not cool. And over 7 million people died from air pollution every single year because of air pollution. Very bad, huh? My name is William. Welcome to my speech. Today, I'm going to talk about how to control air pollution. After listening to this speech, you'll know the best way to control air pollution. Here are 5 solutions. Solution number 1, no gas cars, because burned gas makes air pollution. For example, if you're going somewhere close, you can walk, run, bike, anything that doesn't use gas. If you're going somewhere far, you can use electric car because you can't walk or run, bike that far. Get exhausted. Solution number 2, build less factories or turn all factories into electric power factories. For example, chemical factories and smoke factories. Solution number 3, plant trees. The more, the better. Solution number 4, no smoking anywhere because smoke also makes pollution. Solution number 5, oil power plant. Turn them into solar panel because they also have smoke or air pollution. But solar panel uses the sun. It doesn't harm nature. Now you know the 5 best ways to control air pollution. Thank you for listening to my speech. Bye now.
Cumpleaños feliz, un evento letwa, 祝你生日快乐 Happy birthday to you. Do you know why I can sing? the happy birthday song in 4 different languages? Hi, my name is Thomas, and today we are going to talk about the crossroads of humanity and internet. After listening to the speech, you will know why people all around the world use our internet. Firstly, let me tell you a secret. I have a Spanish teacher from Venezuela, and a French teacher from Paris, and a ukulele teacher from Peru, and even a Taekwondo teacher from Korea. And I live in Toronto now. I get to see them every week. Is that magic? No! That is internet! Secondly, so 51% of people use internet around the world, which means half of the population of people don't use internet. And Stephen Hawking, and thirdly, Stephen Hawking, which is the greatest scientist, said we are connected to our internet, just like the neurons are in our brain. And lastly, we can buy groceries at the online. Is that magic too? No, that is still internet working. And in summary, internet is very super important.
Do you know how many people die at 1 year of polluting? 7 million people die of polluting every year. Hi, my name is Jit, and today my speech is about humanity at crossroad. My topic today is, what is pollution? And where did pollution come from? And how to defeat pollution. First, pollution is a harmful material that goes in the environment. Second, there are 3 types of pollution. First is air, second is water, third is land. This is a factory, and look how much smoke it made. Factory, airplanes, and cars make the air pollution, and it is bad. Second, it is water pollution. This is a turtle trapped in a plastic that made it turn and shake, and that hurts the turtle. Third, it is land. People throw garbage everywhere in the forest, and this is what it looks like. It is sad because animals live in the forest, and they hurt their feelings of the smelling. Yuck. Third, do you know how to stop the pollution? Try to stop throwing garbage everywhere, like this picture. Try to not dump dirty water in river, lake, or oceans. Try to not use cars. Try to ride a bicycle or run or walk. conclusion, if you don't pollute, the earth will live longer. But if you still pollute, the earth will not last long. That was my speech. Thanks for coming. Bye.
Hey everyone, welcome to my speech. My name is Anna, and today the topic I'm going to tell about is an important decision we must make. Garbage. Why is garbage very important? Garbage is important because garbage has a lot of germs on it, bacteria, and it can destroy our environment by throwing garbage all around. As you know, garbage can only be thrown in the garbage can, because the garbage can, someone gets dumped and it makes and turn it into boxes, and it can make like plastic cans to go into recycling. You can still make plastic cans into new things, but if you throw it in the unrecyclable, then you will not be in ordering. If you didn't order all the garbage together, then you'll be very mad at yourself because you have to pay it $2,000. And garbage is very bad because garbage, we must help the environment from garbage. Every year, lots and lots and lots of people always throw garbage on the ground. They don't care about the environment because they think that someone will just pick them up, but that is not true. Because it's your garbage, you must pick it up. And if you don't put it in the recycling bin, then you will not be doing what the environment needs. And the most important thing is, why can't people just throw garbage in the garbage cans and the environment would be super duper clean? And except there's some people who does not throw garbage in the garbage can, they just throw it on the sidewalk and they don't care about it, and then they just walk away. Would you like that? No, I know you wouldn't. I hope you would trust the environment and help them. Thank you.
Today, we can easily get electricity. But how about 50 years later? Hi everyone! My name is Quintus. Welcome to my speech. Today, we're going to talk about energy crisis. After listening to this speech, you'll know the 3 steps to follow to make this planet a better place. First, fossil fuels like oil, coal, and gas are running out at the end of 21st century because they've formed underground over millions of years. And humans are using fossil fuels much faster than they can be reproduced. Second, one thing we can do is find new energy closer, like hydroelectricity, wind power, solar power, and nuclear power. Third, although we have a lot of choices listed above, there's still a lot of problems to fix, like United issues, greenhouse issues, and pollution, etc. In conclusion,
humans need to think of new energy classes to replace the old one and to make our world better in the future.
Hello everyone, my name is Alison Ma. Welcome to my speech. Today we're going to talk about food for everyone. Food is very important for our health, like vegetables, meat, and fruits. On Earth, there are 800 million people that are hungry. And on Earth, there are a lot of people that want food. So we will need to help them. We will need to let some rich country to help those poor countries. The rich countries can give the poor countries food, let them know how to plant plants and food, and build some schools. We can let kids know how to plant plants and give them books. They can also look how to plant plants and give them Wi-Fi. Like that, with the internet, they can go to search how to plant some vegetables and fruits. And we can let them know how to let the land grow more goodier plants. Like that, they will have a lot of good plants to eat. I hope that our Earth will be more goodier and not a lot of people will be hungry anymore in our future. Thank you. Bye.
Hello, my name is Ray. I am 7 years old. The title for my speech today is Humanities at Crossroads. When we are walking at crossroads, we have to make very quick decisions. And at the same time, it is also very important because the decision will lead us to totally different directions. For all the people around the world, I think there's a serious problem now. We have to try our best to save and protect the resources on our planet because they are limited and never come back to us. To save water resource, we can turn off the faucet while we are brushing the teeth and rubbing our hands with soap. To save energy resource, we can turn off the light when we leave a room. In hot and cold weather, we can set the temperature at a mild place to save electricity and gas. A single person is like a tiny star in the dark sky. The light is not very strong, but it can light up a small part of the sky. If everyone can make a right decision, humanity will live a better and better life. Thank you for your attention.
Did you know it's possible that doctors can bring people back alive? Hello everybody, my name is Titus. Today we'll be talking about the crossroad we are at the medical science. After listening to my speech, you will know why we must make the decision to bring back people to life. First, we have to bring back presidents and leaders. We should bring back them because, for example, today we have so many problems of fighting injustice.
We need to bring back leaders like Abraham Lincoln and Martin Luther King Jr. to help the world become a more peaceful and fair place. We need to bring back these leaders. Research resurrection. The second person we have to bring back is 911 heroes. We should bring back 911 heroes because on September 11th, 2001, the New York Twin Towers collapsed. 911 calls were made to the police, ambulance, and firefighters to rescue many people. Sadly, many of these heroes died to save others. Imagine giving up your life to save one person. We have to bring back these heroes. Research resurrection. The third person we have to bring back is normal people of COVID-19 victims. In 2020, so many innocent people died. For example, the husband of my brother's French teacher died because of the virus. Can you imagine that sad that was? If we had the right medicine and science could bring back him to life. We need to bring back these innocent people. Research resurrection. In conclusion, I encourage you to make the decision needed, experiments needed to bring back people to life. Bye.
Have you ever heard men is the most dangerous animal that has ever lived on planet? This is what is written in a zoo in Zambia. Hello everyone, my name is Rebecca G. Today I would like to talk about saving animals. After I listen to my speech, I hope we can take action right now. Save them, respect them. Do you know we have lost rainforest, part of the ozone layer, most of our natural resources, and now we are going to lose animals? Animals can get endangered or extinct naturally, but now it's getting more and more from human reasons. See what happened around us? Pollution and overhunting hurts the animals. The pollution that we create damages many animals' habitats. An example of an animal that has been affected by our pollution is the sea turtle. Have you ever seen a sea turtle trapped by a plastic bag, crying, and eventually died by mis-eating the garbage? Overhunting hurts too much of an animal species, so either not many animals are left or no animals are left at all. Although many organizations are working to help animals in the environment, zoos let an endangered species go back into the wild to try to raise population numbers again. But the most important thing is not only can the big organization help, you can help too. You can donate your pocket money or you can contact your local organization to get involved. But the easier way is to care for the environment. This is the global issue, but most people are finally taking notice. Do we really want more animals disappearing? Please, take action right now. Thank you.
Hi everyone, welcome to my speech. My name is Anna. Today we're going to make an important decision that all people should make. Do you want a clean world or do you want a dirty world? Well, if you want a clean world, then raise up your hand. If you want a dirty one, raise up your hand. And do you like clean things or do you like dirty things? Yes, lots of people like clean things. Organizations, cleaning. We like cleaning because it makes places sparkle around, it makes it very clean. Dirty is where you just throw garbage. Yeah, that's when we talk about garbage. one. Garbage can create bacteria. And if you don't throw it in the garbage can, then it'll create bacteria all around us. It'll create bacteria because garbage has bacteria on the whatever, like boxes, and they have bacteria in it or on it. And next, we need to find out why garbage is not good for our environment. Garbage is not good for our environment because as you know, it will like sea animals. If you throw trash like plastic and stuff, they eat it, they'll get sick and they'll die. We cannot let that happen. And if an animal eats it out, he'll die or get sick, like a caterpillar. And most important of all, garbage is bad to the environment. It can make us sick, or it can even make them more horrible, like plants, flowers, and all. It's very, very sick. Now, for the clean world. The clean world is where everything's super clean and shiny. When the sunlight comes, it shines everything with a sparkle. And that's what you know. Thank you for coming to my speech.
Hello, my name is Ashley, and today we're going to talk about the important decisions of what humans need to make. First, we should stop cutting down trees and plant more trees because birds need them to build their homes in. And trees make the air really clean. Second, we should stop using cars and we should walk or use bikes because the cars make the air dirty, and then when we breathe into it, it's gonna make us sick. Third, we should stop littering, and because the animals might think it's food and then eat them, and then they'll become sick. And we should put our garbage into garbage cans. Thank you for listening to my speech. Hello, my name is Ray. I am 7 years old. The title for my speech today is Humanities at Crossroads. When we are walking at crossroads, we have to make very quick decisions. And at the same time, it is also very important because the decision will lead us to totally different directions. For all the people around the world, I think there's a serious problem now. We have to try our best to save and protect the resources on our planet because they are limited and never come back to us. To save water resource, we can turn off the faucet while we are brushing the teeth and rubbing our hands with soap. To save energy resource, we can turn off the light when we leave a room. In hot and cold weather, we can set the temperature at a mild place to save electricity and gas. The single person is like a tiny star in the dark sky. The light is not very strong, but it can light up a small part of the sky. If everyone can make a right decision, humanity will live a better and better life. Thank you for your attention.
Do you know artificial intelligence is changing the world every day? What shall we do to face these changes? Hi, my name is Dylan Zhang. Welcome to my speech. Thanks for coming. Today I'm going to talk about humanities at crossroads. Like we are facing a faster changing world. More and more jobs are replaced by artificial intelligence. Some people are worried about their job security. We as human beings have to make a decision to embrace artificial intelligence. Firstly, humans have to be more creative than in the past. We all know that self-driving cars can drive better than us, but can self-driving cars make pizza for you? Absolutely no, because artificial intelligence can only do one type of thing. Only humans can do many things. We don't need to do faster work than artificial intelligence, but we need to be more creative than artificial intelligence. Secondly, humans need to be more social. Machines are cold and they don't have emotions, but humans are warm and they have a lot of emotions. Do you want to talk and play with a robot all day? I would choose no, because it will be boring. I would rather play with my naughty little brother. Thirdly, humans need to be prepared for lifetime learning. There will be new tools and instruments, and we need to learn how to use them. Because robots need to learn from humans. The more we learn and teach, the more robots can do. In conclusion, artificial intelligence is already here, and it is developing and improving. No one can stop artificial intelligence, but if we be more creative, social, and prepared, we will enjoy the benefits of artificial intelligence and live a better life. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Natalie Chan, and welcome to my presentation. Today's topic is about humanity and Crossroad. Today, I'm going to talk about 3 points about pollution. The first point is water pollution. When I was little, my mom and dad took me to a beach, and I can play sand, and I can swim in the lake. And when I grew up, my mom and dad took me to the same beach, but there, I cannot swim in the water because there were plastic bags in it, and I saw plastic bottles everywhere. Do you know that 100 million marine sea creature was killed by the plastic waste by water pollution? The second point is air pollution. Air pollution is from little thingies and gas in the air. Cars and factories make it. In London, 1952, about 10,000 and 12,000 people got killed by air pollution. The third point is misused energy. We people use electricity and gas. Those two things pollute the water and air. And why does it pollute the water? Because when you're making gas, you have to take like a black stuff, you wash it in water, and then all those dirty stuff comes out into the water and you polluted the water. And why does it pollute the air? Well, because when you do the electricity, you have to take out black stuff and burn it so smoke goes into the air and then it pollutes the air. In conclusion, humanity at crossroad, and we have to choose a very important decision. And if you choose the way to pollute the earth more, then in the future, the world is going to be worse than today. And if you choose the right way, like not polluting anymore and using clean energy, we can make in the future, we can make it better than today. And I encourage you to do not pollute the water and do not pollute the air, and don't use too much electricity and gas. And please walk and use bicycles and carpool.